Very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for day 2 of the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Glamorgan, who, let's be fair, had a terrific day yesterday. 408 for 6. They will begin day 2 on. A century yesterday for Colin Ingram. Half centuries sprinkled liberally through their batting lineup. And, well, Derbyshire will do well to get out of this game now without the weather intervening. And depending on which app you look at, it may or it may not. So they're not going to be able to rely on that, unlike last Saturday, when they could completely rely on it. From a Derbyshire perspective, it's good to see Anuj Dal out there. I thought his career was over yesterday when he was helped from the field. But he's going to be fielding. I don't know how he's managed to do that, in all honesty. He's just putting on his elbow protectors. And this is interesting. Lewis Rees, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 64. He's going to open the bowling. A very good morning. We've got a cast of thousands today. We've got Nikish Ragani with us. We'll have Edward Bevan with us. And contractually, we have to have Nick Webb with us. And he's next to me from BBC
so
Wales.
much.
Good morning, Nick.
I thought an overspin before lunch was the only contractual obligation on us. So, yes, Glamorgan making good progress, despite the loss of a couple of wickets in the evening session. Well, in fact, 4 wickets in the evening session, but they didn't half crack on in the process.
Yes, I think good progress is underestimating, under-regging the pudding, if you can under-reg a pudding.
Scoring 180-odd runs in the final session. Here's Rees then. From the city end is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who drives into the offside, but it's a good stop by the not at all stricken Anuj Dal at point.
Well, I'm sure there's a biblical character, I can't remember his name though, who performed a similarly miraculous recovery. Good old Lazarus. He often gets a mention. Just going to check and see if I am in. It's not 10 o'clock, is it? So that won't help me at all. I didn't send my email out until late this morning. Oh, I am in it. Excellent.
In comes Rees running towards us in the sunshine and bowls to Cook, who whacks that one through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, that gives you an early indication as to Glamorgan's likely approach to proceedings. Dropped a little bit short and smashed away by Cook, who moves on to 27 not out. Batting at 8 is Andy Gorvin. Not sure whether that is his regular place in the order now, or whether he was protecting Tim van der Hoogten, who has a healthy average of 31, but will come in at 9. Mitch Schwepson and Jamie McElroy complete the Glamorgan batting available, as that ball has smashed away so hard that Derbyshire are looking at it rather suspiciously. Umpire Bainton goes over to observe proceedings, and despite the fact that it is a fine day with bright sunshine, there's still water dripping from the television gantry overhead now and again. Not quite as vigorously as yesterday, maybe. 412 for 6 Glamorgan, as Rees is in to bowl to Cook, who's forward defensively, and there is no run. Possibility of a passing shower, but we should get pretty much a full day's play in, you would imagine, as we did eventually yesterday, albeit it was 7 o'clock when we finished. And Derbyshire will have been glad to get off the park last night, because it was a tough day for their bowlers. Rees is in to bowl to Cook, who drives uppishly into the offside and gets 4 runs, but that wasn't under control at all. It flew aerially past Anuj Dal at catching height. It wasn't a catch, but had it been a couple of metres either side, it may well have been. So Cook moves to 31, and it would appear from the opening few balls of the morning that Glamorgan are intent on getting to 450 and maximum batting points ASAP. Whether then they'll then declare or go even more Bazball, I'm not quite sure.
No, it started well for Derbyshire though, wasn't it?
Cook 31 off 21 deliveries. Rees around the wickets, and Cook defensively pushing up to mid-on. Gorvin at the other end is not a particularly attacking batsman, so he'll be probably happy to allow Cook to face as much as possible. Van der Hoogten has been going well with the season this bat, 255 runs at 31.
Oh, good.
As Rees is in to bowl and Cook is forward, playing that one down into the gully off an angled bat. Dahl makes ground quickly to his left. There is no run, so the 2 boundaries off the first over of the day here on BBC Sport Online. And Anuj Dahl, who slipped while bowling and couldn't complete his over, was down for some considerable time and then limped off, is now back with us and apparently in full form. He's not going to be bowling yet, though, because that is going to be Alex Thompson.
This ball's 15 hours old, if my maths is, which it almost certainly isn't.
Hang on, they delayed a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, no.
Oh, that's including the delay,
in fact,
is it?
it's 13 overs old, I think. 84
yes,
overs.
84 overs,
Yeah,
they
took
it.
it, didn't they? So 13 overs old, and we've got spin from Alex Thompson from the race course end. It was mentioned yesterday about Tomo coming through the ranks at Cardiff University and whatever guise it was, MCCU, UCCE, whatever it was.
Some bunch of acronyms.
He comes in to bowl to Gorvin, who just defends this one into the leg side. His best figures in first-class cricket were for Cardiff University, 6 for something. I think it might have been 3 figures. He got 5 for down at Hove, his first 5 for Derbyshire against Sussex. He's in again, bowls to Gorvin. That's wide of the off stump and left alone by the Glamorgan batsman.
Yeah, first-class best, 6 for 138.
Yeah, they were for Cardiff MC, well, whatever they were called.
At Hampshire.
And he comes again around the wicket, and Gorvin very watchfully goes forward, pushes it out into the offside. So we're going to see 2 different matches here. The Gorvin match and the Cook match. Because I think if Cook was at the far end now, facing Alex Thompson, he may well have had a go. But he's kept his powder dry so far. Around the wicket he comes. Oh, and that just takes the outside edge. He was trying to turn it into the leg side. It drops down into the gully region when it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And another single to the Glamorgan score. 417 for 6. Gorvin off the mark with that single. He faced 6 deliveries last night. That was the 4th delivery he's faced this morning. Now Chris Cook is on strike, so stand by. It makes quite a noise when the ball hits the sight screen below us, but not from that shot, because it's turned into the leg side, and Tom Wood scampers in to do the fielding. Still wearing yesterday's trousers, clearly, because he took a huge chunk of turf as he failed to stop a boundary yesterday. I thought for a moment he might have hurt himself, but he's okay. George Scrimshaw's out there as well, despite feeling his hamstrings yesterday, as Thompson completes his over with another dot ball. Cook pushing the ball straight back to the off spinner. 2 overs gone, 417 for 6. And the sun has, the cloud has gone in front of the sun. The sun hasn't gone behind a cloud.
You never know in these days of climate change, Dave.
I think if the sun starts moving, we're all in trouble. Aren't we?
Well, it is moving, isn't it?
I'm not sure that it is it? Does the sun move? I think the sun, but it's a star, isn't it? Are they not? They're static and we move. I'm going to have to look it up now. Because I've been saying that the sun doesn't go behind a cloud comes in front of the sun.
Well, that's correct. Rees in to bowl to Gorvin, who pushes defensively on the offside. There's no run as he drips down from the television balcony. Back with us. So the field for Gorvin is a restrictive one. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. A slip, a gully, a point, a short cover, another cover and a mid-off. Gorvin is forward, defending, playing out on the offside. And there is no run, so maybe it wasn't a the Glamorgan all guns blazing approach. It was just that Cook happened to get a couple of deliveries that he fancied having a go at.
The sun does move, Nick, you're absolutely right. I don't know why I ever doubt anything you say.
In time and space. 4:17 for 6. Glamorgan. As Rees left arm around, bowls to Gorvin, who's forward defensively. A reminder of the bonus points scenario. We're now in the 99th over. You can accumulate bonus points for the first 110 overs of each first innings. Glamorgan have 4 batting points. They need 33 runs for the maximum 5 in the next 11.3 overs. And Derbyshire need 3 wickets in that time for the maximum 3 bowling points. Rees is in to bowl, and Gorvin ignores it as it goes past off stump through to Guest.
It's an interesting one. I always wonder how a team gets itself up for the second day of a match when they were so abject on the first day. There's lots of chat out there at the moment. How long that optimism will last.
It depends if they get early wickets or not, doesn't it? As Rees is in, and down the wicket comes Gorvin, but drives straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Just trying to turn something maybe into a full toss.
Nick Asher's got this Twitter thing cracked, hasn't he? He's tagged Derbyshire into a tweet, and straight away they've liked it. I must take a little leaf out of his book there. He's just sitting at the back of the box, poised like a coiled spring, ready to come on in a few minutes' time.
Next delivery worked away on the leg side by Gorvin, down to fine leg. They'll go through for a single, and that was the last ball of Rees's over, which is not ideal for Cook to have Gorvin taking the strike.
Now you've liked it. I'm going to have to like it, aren't I? Otherwise I'm going to look like I'm some kind of... Yeah, there we are. Why not? Adam New's been in touch at Fletch Sport. It's Acnic Web 2017.
That's the one.
For reasons that were explained to me many years ago, and I have a vague recollection of them, but I won't go into it here. Alex Thompson, beginning a new era, but I will get to your tweet, Adam, and it makes some valid points. As ever, as this next delivery is cut away nicely by Gorvin for 4 runs down to the backward. Well, not 4 runs, actually. It's slowed up. There was no rain overnight. Nice stop there, sliding stop by Lewis Rees, and they actually pick up just a couple in the end. Huh? They could have got 3 there, surely. Gorvin moves to 420 for 6.
Looked to be 4 all the way, didn't it?
Well, yes. Yeah, I've been wrong before, though, Nick. Oh, in the air, this one into the leg side off Gorvin's bat. Drops short of Sam Connors at mid-wicket. Adam says, lots of chat yesterday about the pitch with some merit, but we've not bowled well all season, and the rate we concede runs is alarming. This is Derbyshire, obviously. We haven't taken 20 wickets playing anywhere, except at home to Leicester, which took 4 days, leaving no time for a result. Absolutely true. Thompson's next delivery is defended by Gorvin. The chat about the pitch was just the colour of it, really, other than it wouldn't play as you might expect a pitch of that colour to play, and I don't think it did. And Derbyshire bowled appallingly, which I think is a given. Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Gorvin, who defends, gets a good stride in.
Colin Ingram did say modestly, because he's a modest chap, that maybe he was a bit fortunate to miss a few balls that might have had his name on early on.
On occasion, but there were enough bad balls for him not to have to worry about the good ones. This one is defended again by Gorvin, who touches it with his bat for a second time. I don't like that. A Welsh flag has been spotted in the East Midlands demolition stand. Good to see. And I know there were Glamorgan supporters in town yesterday. Somebody sent me a message last night. As this next one is defended off the back foot by Gorvin this time. It's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. Glamorgan 420 for 6. The message I got was, I've just bumped into some Glamorgan supporters and some Derbyshire supporters, and the Glamorgan supporters appear happier.
Get away.
So my reply was, if you ever bump into Derbyshire supporters and supporters of any other club, the other club's supporters will always appear happier. Derbyshire, of course, yet to win a game in the county championship this season. Perhaps.
But they did break a winless run against Glamorgan, didn't they, in 17, wasn't it, in Cardiff?
An 18 months was the first time I saw them win.
Dancing in the streets was Mr. Fletcher. As Rees bowls and forward comes Cook, playing defensively back down the wicket.
But given the size of the crowd, I was dancing in the streets by myself because it was the pink ball match in 2017, which universally was rejected by supporters, it seemed. Up and down the country, nobody seemed particularly interested, and fortunately that is no longer a thing.
Rees in again. Bowls, and Cook plays onto the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Hopefully the Kookaburra experiment will be no longer a thing, but I suspect it will probably go forward.
Yes, I think you might be right.
It didn't produce great cricket here from my observation anyway.
Well, the strange thing was they're going to ask the players what they thought of it, so those batsmen who did well will say it was great.
As that is played into the offside by Cook into a gap, and it's picked up by the cover boundary sweeper. They'll go through for a single. 421 for 6 Glamorgan, 29 more runs needed for the bonus point, at which point I think there may be a little more caution thrown to the wind. As Rees is in to bowl, and that's through outside off stump. No shot played by Gorvin. Cook 32, Gorvin 4. We've seen a century from Ingram, half centuries from Zain ul Hassan, Kieran Carlson and Billy Root. 2 wickets apiece for Lewis Rees and for Zach Chappell on day 1. As Rees in to bowl to Gorvin, who plays it into the same gap as Cook did. In fact, there isn't a sweeper there anymore, so they'll pick up a couple of runs, not quite firmly enough to reach the boundary, but the long legs of George Scrimshaw allow him to feel just inside the ropes, and they're comfortably back for 2.
I thought because of his long legs he was going to pull it back, hold on to it and slide his legs over the boundary rope there, but he managed to stay inside, George.
Well, we need him fit and firing for the Welsh Fire and the franchise.
Yes, yeah, I'll be looking forward to that.
As down the pitch came Gorvin there, but played a defensive shot when he got there and was beaten through the keeper and the over. 423 for 6 Glamorgan. Cook 32, Gorvin 6. 9 overs for Glamorgan to get 27, or for Derbyshire to get 3 wickets, or indeed both eventualities.
Yes, I think one's more likely than the other. Yeah, George will go off and play at Cardiff and other test grounds in August. And then at Wantage Road next season, by all accounts, but there we go. Good luck to him. Alex Thompson to continue. Manoj Dal, who not only is on the field, is now practicing his bowling action, is at cover. Oh, and that one beats Cook. He just plays a tentative prod forward outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. They're still chatty, which is good to hear. They still have hope. 423 for 6. Thompson bowls. Cook turns this one into the leg side, into a little gap there at square leg. And they're going to come back for 2 as well. That's sloppy from Derbyshire. There are 3 fielders there. Harry Kane came in off the boundary. Sam Connors was in the vicinity. George Scrimshaw was sort of ambling around. And they get back for 2 when there was never 2 there. 425 for 6. Just stay upbeat, Dave. Stay upbeat. It's not easy. Thompson in. That one is driven, and driven with an awkward bounce past Alex Thompson for a single up to Leas Deploy. So Cook moves to 35. 426 for 6. That wasn't being too critical there. There wasn't 2 there, was there?
Shouldn't have been, probably. I mean, even if fielders aren't going to get the ball, they should give the impression that they're in the vicinity and poised to pounce.
Put an effort in. Thompson pulls, that comes off a thick outside edge, goes to Lewis Rees at point. I have been accused of being too negative in the past.
Well, when the side hasn't won a championship game this season, you can be forgiven for a certain lack of jauntiness.
It wouldn't be my first, of course. 420 of the season, that is. That one is defended. Came a few steps down the track, did Corvin.
I had a season where Glamorgan didn't win between the first and the last games of the championship season, and even that seemed a long time.
Yeah, 2016 was tough. But I didn't know any difference, so I just thought, well, that's probably what Derbyshire do. They don't win games of cricket. But here is Thompson again, and that one is turned off a pad, I think, down towards fine leg. Scrimshaw's giving chase. They will come back for 2. Scrimshaw puts the slide in, and it will be signalled by Paul Baldwin. It won't be signalled by Paul. He gave the pre-signal. He held his hand out. 2 more runs to Cook. Remarkable. He moves on to 37, 430 for 6 now. That 450 mark is clearly going to be met by Glamorgan inside the next 8 overs. And we're having a change of bowling. And Anuj Dal, this is going to be really complicated now because he's bowled 21 overs and 2 balls because he went off.
Oh, gosh. So when we look at the
I am delighted to say Nick Webb will commentate on this over and not have the first idea when it's due to finish.
To see how many balls are left, because we get a replica of one of the scoreboards on a screen next to us. Hey ho, here we go. As Dal comes into the attack, I can tell you that there are now 3 games being played in Division 2 this week, with Gloucestershire having managed to get a sensible number of days off between games. They're playing Worcestershire, and Matt Taylor's got a couple of early wickets at Cheltenham, where Worcestershire is 16 for 2. As Dal bowls and Cook plays into the offside, thinks about the single, but there is some aggressive intent there from Tom Wood in the covers and deters them from going through. They're playing on day 2 at Scarborough, where there are a lot of rain delays on day 1. Yorkshire 171 for 2 against Durham. Adam Lyth is 85 not out. Dal in, and Cook pulls hard towards square leg for half a dozen. Powerful punch from Chris Cook, getting inside the line of it nicely and lofting it away towards the pavilion for half a dozen. He moves to 41. Glamorgan on to 434 for 6.
The 4th 6 of the innings to go along with 63 fours. That's a lot of fours, that, isn't it?
Yes, in 102 overs.
And 25 byes, of course.
Not many of which were Brooke Guest's fault.
No, not many at all.
To be fair to the Brooke Guest fan club listening.
I'm a member. President.
We got plenty of runs against Glamorgan last year. 434 for 6.
He got a lot of runs against everybody last year. He's just hit a rich vein of form with back-to-back centuries in successive matches. Brooke Guest had a slightly lean time of it earlier in the season.
Back-to-back centuries in the match against Glamorgan last year. In comes Dal, and Cook works it into the leg side. Should be a couple of runs here because he's found a gap just forward of the umpire, and they jog back for 2. 436 for 6, Glamorgan. Looking for maximum batting points for the 2nd match in a row against Gloucestershire in a rain-truncated match. They managed 450 for 6 declared, but Gloucestershire got 400 for 6. As Cook drives this one back to the bowler. Amusing incident on the final day at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire needed, I think it was 3 runs to get the maximum batting point over before tea. Zafar Gohar smashes one over the top, and the batters don't run thinking that it's going for 4.
Oh, no.
It didn't. As Cook jabs this one into the offside, there's no run. So I was watching the ball. And I said, oh, they come back for 3. And my co-commentator said, actually, it was just 1 because they didn't run till the very last moment.
Wow.
As a result of which, Derbyshire needed 2 off the last ball before tea to get a bonus point. And Zafar left it, which meant that we had to come back after tea for Derbyshire to get 2 more, for Gloucestershire to get 2. As Cook edges this one, low through the slip area for 4 runs.
There's that gap again.
In the gap between first and fourth slips, I'm not sure whether it was catching high, may have been about ankle high, 440 for 6. So after tea on the final day, we came out with Chris Cook bowling.
Yes, I saw he was bowling.
And David Lloyd keeping wicket for 3 balls.
Versatile cricketer, David Lloyd, of course. It'll be a good addition to whoever he signs for next season.
Well, I think we know who he's signed for. It's his precise role within the club that remains TBC.
I think Griff did say morning skip to him at the toss. Have you seen that 6 but out for hit wicket yet on Twitter?
Yes, extraordinary.
Here is Alex Thompson bowling, and that one is turned into the leg side by Gorvin, and there's no run. So batsman,
Roland Jones.
Oh, it was Roland Jones, was it? Hits the ball for 6, but as the bat comes back down after he's hit it for 6, or while it's on its way for 6, it hits the stumps and he's out hit wicket.
Yes,
some discussion as to whether it was a dead ball because it had crossed the boundary, but I don't think it had from the view that we had from the stream. I didn't think it did. But that one is defended by Gorvin into the leg side.
Yes, it wasn't just the backswing, though. It was a backswing, and then the bat coming back from the bat swing.
Yeah,
so whether that
weird,
is still the act of receiving the ball is, and whether the ball had actually touched the ground in the grandstand, as you say, moot points.
Next delivery is cut off the back foot by Gorvin out towards extra cover. Anuj Dal will chase this one down. They'll come back for 2. There are a lot of youngsters. You might have heard them in the effects microphone there. 442. 4-6, Gorvin moves on to 10. A whole host of youngsters are in the ground today, which is great to see. Won't necessarily please toppers, who is convinced that nobody under the age of 70 watches county cricket, as Thompson is in, and using his feet, Gorvin pushes it back down the track towards him. Thompson gives him a stare. He won't be able to see the stare because he's wearing his sunglasses.
It's almost a self-selecting constituency, isn't it? Because the audience for matches that go on in weekday daytimes is necessarily those who are available.
Well, indeed. This next one is again cut, this time towards the point boundary, and off it comes Lewis Rees, and Gorvin picks up another single to move to 11. 443 for 6. Unusually, nobody sent me a message. I will make way after this over for Nikesh.
No one sent you a message?
They normally send me a message saying, oh, can you do 25 past?
Ah, right.
Which has sort of become the norm. But I haven't had the message, so I'm going to ignore them. And this one is rather hurriedly played by Cook into the leg side. It's the end of the Thompson over, and that fooled me because he's 13.4 and he bowled 4 deliveries to make up.
So we've got
so we've got two
bowlers with odd figures
who are currently not. Edward Bevan has come in to speak to Nick Webb, and I'm going to make way now for Nikesh. I'm going to try and work out exactly where things need to go. That needs to go in there. That one goes in there. Nick Webb will continue, and he'll be joined by Nikesh Ragani.
Thank you very much indeed, Dave. You're on BBC Sport Online. We've got Anuj Dal continuing his spell from the city end. So far, Glamorgan have proceeded relatively trouble-free as Gorvin is forward. Morning, Nikesh.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Pleasure to have you on board.
Pleasure to be here. Beautiful day for it as well. The sun was shining on my journey in from Leicestershire this morning. Decent crowd as well, building up.
It's nice to have you here for a couple of days, I think, Nikesh.
Yes, all day today and tomorrow as well. Hopefully we get to see some exciting cricket. Glamorgan on the march at the moment. Can Derbyshire reply with something equally as good? 4 wickets still to take.
Dahl bowls and Gorvin allows it to go through outside the off stump. Through it goes to Guest. The slip fielders do their best to convince everyone that it shaved Gorvin's off stump by the narrowest of margins. 4-4-3 for 6.
Not really been made to work for these runs this morning, and I gather that was the theme yesterday. The Glamorgan batters had it far too easy.
For periods in the afternoon and the evening session, seemed to be the case. Dahl bowls and Gorvin chips it up, I think off bat and pad on the leg side, but it doesn't carry as far as Rees at mid-wicket, and they scamper through for a single. Steve West on Twitter asking, will Glamorgan declare at 450 or maybe 12 noon? I suspect they might just let the innings take its natural course and maybe just try and have a swing once they're past 450 to get up to potentially 500 as quickly as possible. As Cook runs one down off a thick edge. He didn't entirely mean to play that, but at least he managed to get on top of the ball and steer it downwards, and it runs down to the vacant third man position. And that is Chris Cook's half century, and it's come off just 40 deliveries. So he's up the rate, and that is the fastest 50 of the 5 that we've had so far.
Good soft hands on that one, a little bit of extra bounce.
Dahl bowls again. Cook drives back past him. Might have been a single there. Mid-on's quite deep. And Cook's half century included 9 fours and 1 6.
It's been exactly what Glamorgan need at this stage, and as they edge ever closer to that 450, you can see some more shots coming out. Bazball style, I suppose, as it's known these days.
As that is another thick edge from Cook, and it flies past Gully for 4 runs. Cook throwing the bat at it, and that is the 450 up for Glamorgan, so that's job done. They have maximum batting points. They have 5 points. Derbyshire have 2 so far, and they only have 5 overs to take those remaining 3 wickets. But if the batters are going hard at it, they might have a chance of getting those 3.
Maybe, yes. Interesting looking at the pitch here. We were trying to figure out which strip was, well, I was trying to figure out which strip was being used for the match. And there's one which Tom Wood is standing on at the moment in his position at a wide mid-on there. It looks the more likely. This one very green indeed. And Derbyshire obviously seeing that yesterday, deciding to have a bowl and making the wrong decision. We see another over here from Thompson, who's coming round the wicket once more, and Gorvin just defends this one into the leg side for no run.
Yes, Mr. Fletcher told me confidently it looks green, it won't play green, but obviously Elias Duploy didn't hear him say that.
Thompson in once again, floats one outside the off stump, and Gorvin is well forward in defence. There is no run. It's not really been zipping through from what I've seen either. The ball isn't new as such at the moment, but it's quite slow and low from what I remember from my trips here. Thompson fires one in a bit quicker, and Gorvin takes a shimmy down the track, works it round the corner. Quick single taken to short fine leg. Good running.
Yes, there was a little bit of movement in the early stages. The seamers did beat the bat of Ul Hassan and Ingram early in proceedings, but didn't manage to get them out early in proceedings.
Thompson then examining his field, takes his guard. Cook rather, and Thompson comes in, and Cook defends with a firm push back down the track. We deploy in his long on position, just a few steps off the rope, just looking for the miscue. Will Cook go down the ground? Well, this one's short, and he guides it down towards deep third. Should get a couple. There's a fielder there at backward point who runs around to his left, does the fielding. Another 2 runs onto the total.
In the background, you may be able to hear Dave Fletcher entertain BBC Radio Derby listeners with a little Welsh-related banter.
Thompson comes in again, goes full, and this one is smashed out towards cow corner. It's carried all the way just for 6 runs. Signalled there by the umpire. Eventually, Deploy was poised, looking for a miscue down in his position at long on, but this one 25 yards or so to his right, so nice way to finish that over for Glamorgan. 6 more runs onto the total. Cook moves on to 63 from just 45, and Glamorgan 461 for 6.
Well, Cook, who had a purple patch in the T20, can rekindle those skills potentially this morning. There's nothing much to lose from now on. He might as well launch himself. He hit 113 off just 41 balls against Middlesex at Northwood. It was quite the affair. 4-6-1 for 6 here on BBC Sport Online. At Fletch Sport, at Nick Webb 2017, at Nikesh Rugani. If you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter while it's still going. As Dahl is in, and Gorvin leaves the first ball outside off stump.
I like that, while it's still going.
Yes.
Downward spiral for Twitter. Have you joined Threads, the Instagram version?
Not as yet, no.
Okay.
I did have a, well, I did activate a Mastodon account, but I haven't been hugely busy on it, I must admit.
I didn't go down that route. Threads seems to have taken off a little bit, though.
As that one is driven by Gorvin, fairly gently to mid-off, and there is no run. It's a shame, isn't it, that we can't agree on social media for messaging and information that everyone likes.
Twitter seemed to be doing a pretty good job of it up until a certain point.
As Gorvin down the wicket, but then defends when he gets there. Is looking to rebrand as X, and it was pointed out by the Welsh television channel S4C that what were they to do, because there is not an X in the Welsh language. As evidenced by the fact that the word taxi is written TACSI in Welsh. Sounds exactly the same. As Gorvin works one away on the leg side down towards fine leg, and they'll jog through for a single. It's all quite casual at the moment. Gorvin's able to push it around, and Cook is able to play some big shots as and when he feels the need.
Indeed. And speaking of the Welsh language, I mean, I didn't quite catch everything that Dave Fletcher was talking about. Was there any Welsh language attempted on Radio Derby there?
Oh, right. At the
Not
other
by
end,
him,
apparently.
the other end, okay.
Oh, place names, right. Good luck on agreeing with those. As in comes Dahl, and Cook drives through the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs here through mid-wicket at least. They may turn and look for a third. They're conservative on the running front. Just the 2 taken. 464 for 6. Good luck with Welsh place name pronunciations, because there's no agreement on some of them, even within Wales, depending on how pure you want to be in your Welsh pronunciation. As Cook drives towards mid-on, doesn't quite time it. Porthcawl or Porthcawl, Merthyr or Merthyr Tydfil, Beither or Beddau. All sorts of possibilities exist which needn't, in the context of today's work, concern you, Nikesh.
And is it a sort of north-south divide? Is that
there is
a difference in pronunciations?
There is a north-south divide in accent, certainly, but it tends to be how anglicised you want to go in any particular area.
Thompson to continue then into Gorvin, who just flicks away into a vacant square leg area for another single. I was on commentary during the Australia Test Tour of India recently. A couple of Glamorgan legends on commentary with us, Ravi Shastri, Michael Kasparovich, who's done the rounds a little bit. Didn't just play for Glamorgan, of course, but very fond memories from both of those from their time in South Wales. This one's short and wide and punched hard by Cook, and that's going to race away for 4 out towards deep cover. Another lovely shot there. Just straying in his line and length was Alex Thompson.
Yes, Casper is, well, both of them are fondly remembered in Glamorgan. Casper, a very wholehearted player, and got one memorable 9-wicket haul in Cardiff.
He doesn't remember a lot, Casper, about his spells. I was trying to bring that up, and he sort of vaguely remembers things. And Thompson in once more, and this is fired in a bit quicker, and it's flicked and almost wrong foots the fielder there at short fine, who does well. Went to his right, dived down towards his left, prevents a single.
You find that a big variation among players as to what they remember from which parts of their career.
Alex Thompson in once more, and this is a little bit straighter. It's flicked out towards deep mid-wicket by Cook, and the single taken. They both seem to remember the pubs that they used to frequent regularly. Apparently there was one particular one where a lot of karaoke went on.
All right.
During 4-day matches. And I say during, not after. Thompson once more. Floats one very full, and this is flicked out towards deep backward square this time. Bit of work to do for the sweeper, so couple taken. At Gorvin it was, with the flick.
Yes, Ravi Shastri performed well with the bat with Glamorgan, but lost his action with the ball at one point.
Thompson floats one outside off this time, and it's defended back down the track. And there is no run. End of another over. Glamorgan 472 for 6. Had some fantastic overseas players over the years, haven't you? Waqar Younis, another one.
Viv Richards.
Viv Richards, of course, after his time at Somerset.
Majid Khan in the '69 championship side, and first half of the '70s is very well remembered. There's Morgan Sporter writing a pamphlet come book on him, which we'll hear about in September. David Battersby. As in comes the next delivery, and it's edged by Cook and caught at slip by Haider Ali. And Cook has gone for 70, and the celebrations among the Derbyshire players, well, they do celebrate, but in muted fashion, because the damage has been done to some extent. Cook has gone for 70, it's 472 for 7, and Derbyshire now needs 2 wickets in the next, where are we, 11 deliveries to get that third bowling point. So nice little knot from Cook, just picked up the tempo, took it on this morning, and made sure of the extra batting point.
Yep, good delivery there from Anuj Dal. Just tempting Cook into having a little flay at that one outside the off stump. He was looking to score quickly, did very well, did his job. 70 from just 50 deliveries, 11 fours, 2 sixes as well. Entertaining stuff this morning in particular. And Glamorgan, as you say, on the march here, edging closer to 500. Maybe that's the point at which they feel that enough is enough, and let's have a crack at Derbyshire before lunch.
That may be the thinking, that they'll need plenty of time to try and take 20 wickets in this match, given that their bowlers have struggled in the last couple of games. England have named an unchanged 11 for the final Ashes test against Australia. It's interesting that in test match cricket, the sides are quite often named in advance these days, whereas in the county game they're still chosen from a squad of 13 or 14 generally, and named half an hour before the toss. England unchanged against Australia as they look to continue the momentum from the frustration of the drawn game, and seeing the possibility of winning back the Ashes disappear. Here's Dahl for new man Tim van der Hoogten. There are now 3 slips, and van der Hoogten edges his first ball wide of third slip for 4 runs, 476 for 7.
Yeah, frustrating for Derbyshire, but he won't mind that. First delivery, played with soft hands again, so maybe wouldn't have carried, even if it was a little bit finer there in the region of that third slip. But yeah, naming the side in advance of the toss, bit of a macho move, isn't it?
Yes, this is what you got.
It's a baseball move.
476 for 7 as Dahl bowls again, and van der Hoogten's beaten as he tries to force through the offside.
Got his tail up now, Anuj Dahl, bowling with a little bit of extra pace. Bending his back, a little bit of an extra follow through as well on that occasion. Always happens once you've taken a wicket, especially when you've got the lower order coming in. Just 3 wickets remaining here for Glamorgan.
As the next delivery is played defensively by van der Hoogten into the cover region. There's no run. Batting to come Swepson and McIlroy. Swepson did get a 69 in Cardiff to reveal some unexpected, if unorthodox, batting prowess. He's certainly up and at 'em, and McIlroy's contributions have mainly been to hang around while more established batters do the work this season. As van der Hoogten plays a strange shot. I'm not sure if he meant to play that actually, but the ball deflects down into the ground and rolls into the slips. No run. 476 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online, as we ease you through the second morning of this game. Morgan potentially looking for 500 as van der Hoogten allows that one to go through outside off stump. No run. End of a successful over from Anuj Dahl. Got the wicket of Chris Cook, caught by Haider Ali at slip. And Dahl now has 2 for 103, Rees 2 for 76, Chappell 2 for 70, Scrimshaw 1 for 55 are the wicket takers for Derbyshire, but those wickets have never come at any particular regular intervals. I suppose when Glamorgan were 273 for 4 at one point when Ingram went was the closest that Derbyshire got to getting back into it. But then Carlson and Root took it on with a century partnership, and that was the end of Derbyshire. End of Derbyshire's hopes of dismissing Glamorgan for anything reasonable as Sam Connors comes back into the attack.
Connors none for 85 from his 19 overs so far. Runs in now, right arm over. Delivers full outside off, and it's just pushed away, backward of point. For a nice easy single to Andy Gorvin, who moves on to 18. Lovely day here. What was it like yesterday? Similar?
It was by the end of the day. It was quite cloudy for most of the first couple of sessions, and then we had a brief shower just after tea, but cleared up nicely after that.
Connors runs in once more. It's time to van der Hoogten, who just defends out into the offside for no run. I was on holiday last week. I arrived back to East Midlands Airport, just down the road. Early hours of Tuesday morning. I was in Egypt, where it was 38, 39 degrees most days. Absolutely freezing, I found it yesterday. Even today, I'm a little bit nippy, even though it's probably about 18 degrees or so out there. The sun is shining. Connors in once more, and this is again defended back down the track for no run.
Yes, you feel a bit churlish moaning about the British weather, given that the problems that those around the Mediterranean are having, don't you?
Indeed, yes.
A hotel that I was staying at in Rhodes last year, about this, well, just a little bit later than this, end of August, was apparently among the areas evacuated in the current fire.
Connors in once more, and this is worked into the leg side this time. It's straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Tom Wood with the fielding. I remember being in Turkey, actually, in Antalya last summer, and talking of those forest fires, we were actually on a boat trip along the coast, and we could see one which had literally just started as we were making our way back to the hotel as well. So given the hotter temperatures and climate change, it seems to be happening a little bit more frequently. Connors runs in once more. This is down the leg side, and can't get any bat on it that time. Van der Hoogten slaps his pad with his bat in frustration, not being able to pick up a single there. Glamorgan 477 for 7.
Yes, maybe it'll make the work of ground staff around the country that little bit more difficult in years to come, with more variations in temperature and climate generally.
In comes Connors once more, and this is a thick inside edge out towards deep square leg. They amble through for a quick single. Van der Hoogten will keep strike for the start of the next over with Derbyshire. Now, Glamorgan rather, 478 for 7. Connors completing his 20th over, none for 87. Anuj Dal, it looks as though will continue from the far end, 25.2 overs. Has picked up a couple of wickets, but has gone for 103 runs. Never a good look for a bowler, never a good feeling, certainly, bringing up a century with the ball.
Yeah, it's been nice to have Glamorgan visit to Derbyshire last year completed without interference from the weather, as Dahl starts a new over and beats Van der Hoogten outside off stump. There was a period where Glamorgan's visits to this fair county were bedevilled by the weather. There was one match we had here when Dave and I were working in the area over the ground staff hut at Square Leg, which has now been demolished, where we had virtually every type of weather within 4 days. As Van der Hoogten tries to drive, slightly slices it to cover, and there's no run. We did actually have ice being covered from the outfield. We had hailstorms and heaven knows what. And the season before that, in 2015, when I was working with Dave's predecessor, the New Zealand player Ian O'Brien, we had all sorts of nonsense at Chesterfield. I think 7 interruptions in the course of 1 day. There's Dahl bowls, and Van der Hoogten clips that one through mid-wicket. It's a bit of a chase for Lewis Rees, but they're comfortably back for a couple of runs. Glamorgan moving on to 480 for 7, and Van der Hoogten on to 7. And although Derbyshire did get the main wicket out of Chris Cook, they might still have a bit of work to do to get through this lower order. The time for bonus points has come and gone. Dahl bowls, Van der Hoogten drives, but fielded at mid-off. No run. We are in the 111th over, and therefore Derbyshire have to content themselves with 2 bowling bonus points to Glamorgan's 5 with the bat.
Tell you what is nice about being back here at Derbyshire. It's been a few years since I've been to the ground, being in line with the pitch and not on the side.
As that's edged by Van der Hoogten, but it's down to the ground and through the slips for 4. A little attempt at a grab by Hyder Ali. Might have done a little bit better there. It bounced short of him, but maybe he ought to have blocked that one. 484 for 7. Yes, Edward Bevan was saying it's one of the best sort of heights for commentary.
It is, yeah.
Around the
Makes
circuit.
a change from being side on. That
yeah,
wasn't very much fun.
That was horrible, yes.
I remember that. That was a good few years ago when this media centre was built. My first visit with this media centre in place was actually to play for the Test match special team against the Tailenders podcast team in 2018.
What fun. Next delivery from Dahl is again edged by Van der Hoogten, and if Edward Bevan were on commentary, he would be steaming by now with the vacant third man position, yielding a string of boundaries. Van der Hoogten moves on to 15. Every Glamorgan batter has reached double figures so far. 488 for 7. Did you pile up any runs or knock over any wickets out in the middle? Yeah,
got about 12 or 15 runs. It was a T20 match actually, so I did a bit of bowling. I don't like bowling too much these days, just the lack of practice and lack of playing time and the ageing body. But Michael Vaughan was our captain and insisted I bowl a couple of overs. 2 overs, none for 9, which is not bad in a T20.
Good. Well done.
In comes Connors. This is very full, and Gorvin flicks away, can't beat the fielder there at short mid-wicket, who does fumble. And the ball ricochets to Zach Chappell there at mid-on. It was good fun. Full house, 6,000 people.
Wow.
Live on the BBC Red Button, under the floodlights. Some experience.
Fabulous.
All kicked off with Monty Panesar opening the batting for the Tailenders team. He lasted all of
Right.
1 ball. Charles Dagnall pegged back his off stump as Connors is in. And Gorvin again defends into the leg side for no run.
Yes, well, that's not unexpected since Daggers is a former county bowler.
Former county bowler who at the time was still rolling out in club cricket in Leicestershire. So was bowling fit, I suppose you could say. Monty came out with his shades on, expecting things to be a lot easier than they were. As Connors is in again, and this one is defended back down the track by Gorvin for no run. Yeah, lovely location as well. This ground, nice run in from Leicestershire this morning up the M1 across the A52. School's out, so there wasn't much traffic, which was nice. Connors then top of his mark, runs in, past the umpire, delivers a little bit shorter. It's punched off the back foot square out towards deep point. Run the first hard and should get back comfortably for 2.
Managed to fit in any games this season?
Any games of playing? Playing wise, no, not yet.
Commitments.
Not yet. I have sort of signed up to a local team who play friendly matches only on Sundays, which I thought was right up my street, given the commitment of commentating, and the football season starts soon as well. So I'm often busy on Saturdays covering that for the BBC as well. So the aim was to play 3 or 4 matches this summer. Still got a month and a half or so left of the season, so I'll try and have a run out at some point. Connors comes in, goes really short this time, and is there an edge on that? Onto the thigh, there is. Loops up into the hands of Brooke Guest behind the stumps there. And Gorvin is on his way. Did well, hung around with Cook at the other end. 52 balls his innings lasted. 20 useful runs as well, and Glamorgan lose their 8th wicket with the score on 490. Again, mooted celebrations there from Derbyshire. They know Glamorgan have done the damage here as they edge ever closer to 500.
Yes, Gorvin, as you said, managed to play the support role to Chris Cook while he got on with the business of getting that 5th batting point. Connors just hurrying him a little bit there, and as he tried to turn it on the leg side, it just popped up for the simplest of catches for Brooke Guest, who is probably due some good luck after a series of rather wild deliveries down the leg side that were debited against him as byes, which was rather unfortunate. 25 byes and 4 leg byes in this innings, which was slightly generous, but probably no more than one set of those byes was actually Guest's fault. 490 for 8 then. Mitch Swepson is the new batter in his final match of this mini spell with Glamorgan, the Queensland leg spinner, part of Glamorgan's regular links with Queensland. Seems to be their favourite source of players these days.
Very useful player indeed as well, Mitch Swepson. Very much in Australia's thoughts as well, across formats. The fringe players in and out of the national side of late. There he is, just about to take his guard. A couple of slips in place. Offside fielder is all up in a ring. In comes Connors. Delivers a little bit short, and that's edged, is it? No, it's straight off the thigh guard into the hands of second slip. Half appeal, really, from Connors there as the over comes to an end with Glamorgan 490 for 8.
So Dave Fletcher will be back with us instead of myself in a few minutes' time once he's updated the BBC Radio Derby bulletin. 490 for 8. I guess a couple more potential blows from Van der Hoogten, and Glamorgan might be satisfied with proceedings, whether they'd actually call it in at 500 or just swing the bat for a few minutes. We shall see. Van der Hoogten on 15, faces up to Dahl, turns one on the leg side. There'll be at least a single there, and they'll turn and come back for a second run. Van der Hoogten retaining strike is probably to Glamorgan's advantage from what we've seen of Swepson so far. We got an innings of 69. Van der Hoogten is the more reliable performer, you'd have to say, with the bat, which probably puts the jinx on him, and he'll be out next ball. 69 against Leicestershire for Swepson. Van der Hoogten turns another one into the leg side. This one will be just a single, I suspect, as Rees performs a sliding stop, tries to get up, falls over again, but no damage. They settle for the single. 493 for 8. 2 slips, a gully. Thompson is now coming up from third man to a backward point position. In fact, it's 3 slips as Wood goes to third. Dahl into bowl to Swepson, who lofts it over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, he's not going to mess around. Clip that one away airily, but miles over the head of the man in the ring, as it were, at mid-wicket. And perfectly safe as it runs away up to the club shot for 4. 497 for 8.
Lovely shot that. Great bit of timing as well. Just a flick of the wrists and a nice sound off the bat. Absolutely raced away to the boundary. These are all valuable runs here for Glamorgan.
Just adds to the slight demoralisation of the opposition, doesn't it? As this one is defended off the back foot by Swepson, who tends to jump around a lot when he's batting. It gives the impression of complete unease, but I think it's just the way he works. His bowling style is unusual as well. His run up. 497 for 8. BBC Sport Online. As Dahl bowls and Swepson plays it down into the gully. There's no run.
Often get those players who just can't stand still. Always got a twitch. All action.
Used to that from watching Labuschagne turn out for Glamorgan.
He's on the other end of the scale, isn't he?
Man who's always on the go.
Makes Steve Smith look quite sane, doesn't he, when they're batting together?
497 for 8. Dahl in to bowl to Swepson, who drives uppishly but gets away with it. Punches it to cover. There is no run. End of the over. 497 for 8 are Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online. Nikesh Ragani will be joined by Dave Fletcher very shortly. Fletch is just updating his radio audience shortly, so we'll have to a quick and hopefully seamless shuffle around in seats, and Nikesh will be with you in just one moment.
So Sam Connors to continue. Glamorgan moved to within 3 runs of that 500 score. Will that be the point at which they declare?
Seamless again, I think, now. We haven't managed a seamless one yet, all season.
The audience didn't see is all the shuffling around in the box as Connors comes in, delivers short of a length, and this is defended into the leg side for no run. All well on Radio Derby, one of my former local stations, which I used to freelance for many years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah, probably going back at least 10 or 12 years.
Won't have changed.
It was a lovely place to be. As Connors comes in once more, and this is again defended into the leg side for no run by Van der Hoogten.
An email from a regular contributor, Nick Buxton. It's entitled Fortress. I've got a very unpleasant feeling what it might say. If my records are correct, the last time we won a red ball game at the County Ground was September 29 against Sussex. You're absolutely right. And yet the same hardy members turn up game after game, year after year.
Connors runs in short this time, and it's pulled away well by Van der Hoogten now to deep square leg. There is protection there, though, so just the single taken.
The chairman, he says, needs to give these poor people something to cheer about. I'm not sure it's entirely the chairman's fault, but they can start by making the wickets less batsman friendly. Even when it's greener than the outfield, it's still a road. If you don't win games, promotion's a struggle. Dig them up. We have got David Griffin, you won't be surprised to know, has been working on statistics about the runs scored here.
Collins goes short once more, and Swepson this time ducks out of the way, and that's gone over the head of Brooke Guest there as well. And he looks as though he's got an edge on it. Umpire signals 4 runs.
I had no idea.
So he swayed out of the way. His bat was up in the air, a little bit like a periscope. And potentially a half chance, really, but it flew over the head of Brooke Guest pretty quickly. And Swepson will take that. 4 more runs. 500 up as well. 502 for 8.
I'd imagine that he'd be quite pleased that he hit it, because the number of byes that we've had that Nick was talking about, that 27 or whatever it is, bless him, Brooke Guest hasn't stood a chance for most of them.
Connors, will he persist with the short stuff? He goes a little bit fuller this time. It's punched off the back foot into the covers. And there is no run. Swepson looking to play his shots whenever possible and score as many quick runs as possible before Glamorgan potentially declare, or Derbyshire manage to take these final 2 wickets and have a go themselves.
I know, which is more likely. Yeah, I think they've got enough now, to be brutally honest with you. I don't think they're going to need many more.
Connors goes short again, and that's a lovely shot. He just leans back there, Swepson guides it down towards deep third man. It crashes into the boundary rope. Good timing once more, and an elegant-looking shot to finish off another over there. Glamorgan charge on to 506 for 8. Still no sign of a declaration incoming. Plenty of time left in the game, and the forecast looks pretty decent over the next day or so anyway, so they don't look in any particular rush here, Glamorgan, to have a go with the ball. I'm sure they'd like a crack at Derbyshire before lunch, though. Yes.
Well, I've just had the binoculars on the balcony there on the steps that the players come down, and he very kindly turned around for me, and Jamie McIlroy has his batting pads on. So it would suggest that the declaration isn't imminent if McIlroy's already wearing his pads. Change of bowling, we're going to see Zach Chappell. I think that makes sense. 2 for 70 from 21 overs yesterday. He came out to speak to us last night. I didn't have the heart to quiz him too much. I think the interview lasted 1 minute and 4 seconds, including questions, during which time he said, yeah, we were rubbish, effectively. I didn't quite use the word rubbish, but we knew what he meant. 506 for 8. I'm going to have to start looking up high scores now, aren't I? during the course of this over, which I'll be able to do fairly straightforward in a fairly straightforward manner. He's got 2 slips still. Not entirely sure why. Tim van der Hoogten on 19 will be the man on strike. Lewis Rees has just raced off the field for something, and he's now racing back onto the field without having picked anything up. So just a little delay there. He's at backward square leg, about 10 yards in from the boundary, away to our left-hand side. Chappell bowls and van der Hoogten just plays it down into the ground. And there is no run. 506 for 8. So the highest scores. Let's have a look. That's not even the right page. I'll get there in the end. There we are. Probably. No, that's not the one either. If only I knew what I was doing. Here comes Chappell again. That one's turned into the leg side by van der Hoogten. Out towards Lewis Rees. And Tim van der Hoogten picks up another single and moves himself on to 20. 507 for 8. Little change in the field. We are going to see Tom Wood go under the helmet at short leg. He's already got the fielding pads on. See if Glamorgan at the Arms Park in 1951 made 587 for 8 declared, which is their highest score against Derbyshire. This is already their highest score from what Edward Bevan was saying here at Derby, which perhaps isn't surprising. Chappell is in, bowls a short delivery, and Swepson just leans back and guides it down to third man, where there is a fielder now. It's Alex Thompson. So they pick up another single. Glorious day in Derby. It's always glorious in Derby, despite what everybody says. Plenty of blue sky away to the west from where the weather normally arrives. But there isn't a huge amount of breeze, judging by the flags at either end of the Players' Pavilion. The Glamorgan flag is very limp. The right-hand side. Chappell bowls wide of the off stump, and van der Hoogten has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Perfect day for playing cricket, isn't it, really? Sort of highs of 18, 19, maybe getting to 20 maximum. Not too hot, but beautiful blue skies, not much of a breeze.
Feels like a batting day, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Which might be good news for
talking
Derbyshire.
About those pitches as well, and the square out there, this seems to be kind of the theme here at this ground.
They do talk about it a lot. Next delivery from Chappell's wide of the off stump again, allowed to go through to Brooke Guest.
It is almost as green as the outfield, the strip. I mean, you were asking me, which have you spotted the pitch yet? When I arrived this morning, and the stumps weren't in, obviously. And there's one which was used for the previous match, you tell me, which looks more likely to be the one.
Looks more like a cricket pitch, doesn't it?
It looks more like a cricket pitch. It's got some brown on it. Still got the lines there as well, marked out.
Yeah, this one's lightning almost in front of our eyes, actually, as Chappell bowls. Van der Hoogten off his pads in front of the stumps, turns it into the leg side for another single, pinches the strike as well, moves to 21, 509 for 8. We're at 12 minutes past 12 now. You'd have thought they'd want 20 minutes, perhaps 12:30. They'd certainly want 20 minutes at Derbyshire, perhaps get 4 overs at them before lunch with the new ball and then come back after lunch. If they can winkle 1 or 2 out before lunch, Glamorgan, they will be in an even stronger position than they already are. And it's pretty strong. More youngsters arriving. Oh dear, Toppers will be furious.
This is Connors continuing, and this is flicked away by van der Hoogten into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket for another single. Good to see all the youngsters in the summer holidays. Don't always see it at every county ground up and down the country. Used to be a theme, didn't it? As soon as school's out, you head to the cricket.
Go to the cricket. The football, as you were saying earlier, starts a week on Saturday. I know. Madness.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
Well, it doesn't seem
at
right
least
to
a
me.
week or so early.
Yeah, I think so.
Connors Comes in past the umpire, delivers, and inside edge almost onto his stumps. This time from Swepson, but the ball trickles away. Brookguest picks it up, and no run taken.
Got any early games penciled in yet?
Yes, what is the first game we're doing? Forest Green it is for Radio 5 Live. The first weekend of the season.
Lawn.
Forest Green versus Salford.
The big one.
Big one. And then, yeah, back to the championship from the week after. As Connors runs in, this is a bit of an inducker, which beats the inside edge of Swepson there, through to Brookguest. No run taken, just nipping back off the seam, that one, short of a length.
Cut him in half, didn't it? Almost cut him in half, which isn't necessarily what the Derbyshire opening batsman will want to see. Harry Kame and Lewis Rees. Harry down at third man, but he isn't at third man really, because he's about 20 yards off the boundary.
Connors again goes short, and this is negotiated well by Swepson into the gap there, just in front of point. Should get a couple of runs. Does.
I'm slightly more fortunate. I mean, I am freelance as well, but I know my winter is sort of mapped out covering Burton Albion. So Blackpool on the opening day.
And the mighty Leicester City quite early on as well.
Wednesday, yes, in the League Cup, and then Derby County at home the following Saturday. So quite a big start to the season for the Brewers.
Connors into Swepson again, goes short. That one doesn't really take off, and Swepson just about manages to duck underneath it as it goes through to Brookguest. Not that much travelling for you then in the opening week or so?
No. I don't think League One's not too bad for travelling full stop. The real kick in the what's is December the 23rd, Charlton away. Not ideal, but you know, first
so
world,
North London's not too bad when you're heading south of the river.
Parking at Charlton's an issue as well, I always find.
Comes Connors again to Swepson, goes full this time and wraps him on the pads. May have been a bit of inside edge as well. Thuds away into the offside for no run. End of another over. Glamorgan 512 now for 8. The clock has just ticked beyond 12:15 here. Local time.
Interestingly, the over rate is now level. It was -2 barely 20 minutes ago. So that's good news for Derbyshire, because since they've only got 2 points on the board, they don't want them taken away. Derbyshire's still got some good championship trips to Bristol, to Scarborough, to Cardiff. Here comes Zach Chappell from the City end, bowls to Van der Hookten. Big appeal for leg before wicket that is extinguished almost as soon as it started there. Was leg by signalled? It was. So score moves on to 513 for 8. Van der Hookten remains on 22. Partnership, as so many of them have been, it just sort of creeps up on you. 23 from 26 deliveries. And the overall run rate is ridiculously high. They're going along at almost 4.5 runs and over. Glamorgan, there was a point yesterday evening when they were going at 7s and 8s, which was just mad. Chappell bowls driven off a thick edge by Swepson out towards the point boundary, being chased by the substitute fielder Mitch Wagstaff, who gets there. Well done to the youngster, and the batsmen come through for 3, so he saves 1 there, Mitch Wagstaff. Now I've got to work out who he's on for. Swepson moves on to 18, 516 for 8. It's normally Haider Ali, but it isn't him who's left the field today. Anuj Dal isn't there. They've gone to put his more comfortable shoes on, presumably. He did fall on his ankle yesterday, but he has bowled today, so no need for excess worry. As the next delivery from Chappell is short, and Van der Hookten turns it around the corner out towards square leg, fielded by Lewis Rees. 517 for 8. They're just piling it on, Glamorgan. I mean, they're nowhere near the highest score against Derbyshire of 677 for 7 declared by Yorkshire in 2013. They're not going to get that high.
They don't need to, do they?
I hope they don't. But they started to creep up the list on the Cricket Archive. Swepson just flexes his knees once and waits for this next delivery from Chappell, which he has a real go at and misses. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. So you're here today and tomorrow?
Today and tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, bring board games tomorrow.
Well, there is a little bit of rain around,
Yeah,
perhaps, in the afternoon, but
be all right.
should be okay, I think.
Yeah. It's usually a quiz going on.
I want to get my name down for Scarborough. You mentioned Scarborough there.
Yeah.
That'll be a nice one.
Absolutely.
I've been to cricket there before.
First week in September. Been a few times over the years. In comes Chappell again and ball. Short delivery. Swepson ducks underneath it just about as the ball goes through to Brooke Guest. I saw the West Indies there in the 70s, so it must be 76-ish.
Yeah, they did come in 76.
Yeah, I think it was TN Pierce's. We were talking about them earlier on today when they used to play a lot of these sort of made-up teams. I mean, it was a one-day game, and I was brought up, much to my regret, in East Yorkshire. And we drove up to Scarborough for the day and watched them. I was staggered by them, absolutely staggered. Next delivery from Chappell. Now it's off a thick edge down towards third man. It's parried by Alex Thompson. Swepson will pick up a single. He moves to 19. End of the over, 518 for 8. And 40 minutes away from the lunch interval. It's getting slightly more crowded on the Glamorgan balcony now, as if to suggest that people are starting to get itchy. But there aren't many people in whites up there, apart from Jamie McElroy, with his pads on still. I did a couple of games at Scarborough. I think the first game I did was against Yorkshire against Middlesex, and Dave Callahan, who was the Yorkshire commentator at the time, had to go and do something. I got a call in very early hours one morning saying, "Can you get to Scarborough?" I was in the Anglesey.
Wow.
I made it. I made it. Yeah, of course I can. Oof.
Oof. That one nearly carries. Sorry, I forgot I was meant to pick up.
No,
there.
don't worry. No, we do it. No, we do it all the time.
Connors continues, and yeah, this one is just chopped away. Almost carries to backward point there. And they take the single in the end. Swepson leaning back on that one and looking for that favourite region of his, it seems, down towards third man. Connors with number 59 on his back. Runs in once more. Into Van der Hoogten this time, and this one's down the leg side. Good take from Brooke Guest, diving away down towards his left.
So my first experience of Scarborough was Kevin Hand and Dave Townsend were up there for Middlesex. I was doing Yorkshire. I knew nothing about Yorkshire really, other than that I did some sport shifts at Leeds. Dizzy Gillespie came up and did an hour.
Connors in once more, goes short this time. It's pulled away well along the ground, backward of square for another single.
But all the hotels were quiet. I mean, somebody books mine for me. It's pathetic, really. But they're all quite expensive and all very, very busy. It must bring an awful lot. Yorkshire bring an awful lot of money into Scarborough, where they are this week as well.
Indeed.
Because a reduction in the number of championship matches might jeopardise that.
Here comes Connors once more, and Swepson's off the back foot to a foolish delivery, just plays it out towards mid-off for no run. There was a situation a few years back, actually, I think it was 2018, India were touring England, and Virat Kohli had initially signed up to play for Surrey, who, for 3 matches I think he was meant to be there. They put the posters up, the billboards around London that Kohli's coming to Surrey, and of course he pulled out in the end, but one of the matches was meant to be at Scarborough.
Wow.
That would have been good.
Wouldn't it?
As Connors comes in again, and this one beats the outside edge of Swepson. Good delivery there, just outside the off stump. I actually had a piece set up for the BBC Asian Network of, through Virat Kohli's agent, of spending a bit of time with him the day before the match, just walking up and down Scarborough Beach with a 99 in his hand and, and just talking about the experience of it all. That would have been something.
Absolutely.
Wasn't to be, though. Connors runs in once more. Swepson this time. It's it in the air and it's been dropped. It's been put down there at backward point.
Wagstaff, the substitute fielder.
Yeah, the substitute Wagstaff there, just leaping up, parrying it into the air, and was unable to grab it at the second attempt. So another one goes down there, and is that the declaration?
It is.
It is. They're being waved off. Mitch Swepson finishes unbeaten on 21. Van der Hoogten on 24. And, quick runs from both of these two. Again, 31 the partnership from just 37 deliveries. And Glamorgan then declaring on 521 for 818 overs of this innings. And the run rate just under 4.5 runs and over as well. So going at a really good lick throughout the innings. Just to take you through the story of the innings as well. Zainul Hassan opening and making 69, a patient 69, 183 balls it took him. Colin Ingram, the top scorer, 136 from 200. Half centuries for Kieran Carson and Billy Root as well. Very nice 70 this morning from Chris Cook as well. 70 from just 51 deliveries, and then those three contributions down the order as well. Useful runs from Andy Gorvin with his 20, and then Van der Hoogten 24 not out, Mitch Swepson 21 not out, 40 extras in the innings as well, 25 byes, 10 no balls as well to add to the 5 leg byes. And Glamorgan then declaring on 521 for 8. Top wicket takers for Derbyshire, or there's 2 apiece for Zach Chappell, Louis Rees and Anuj Dal as well. Dahl going for 120 runs though for his 2 wickets, a wicket each as well for Sam Connors and George Scrimshaw. Alex Thompson wicketless from his 15.4 overs, none for 58. So a lot of work for Derbyshire to do in reply. 10 minutes or so it'll take for the change of innings.
Nicely put. Just a couple of other bits. 73 fours and 5 sixes in the innings, 322 runs by way of boundaries. And 2 Derbyshire bowlers getting to their centuries. Sam Connors, 104 runs conceded from 24 overs, and Anuj Dal, 120 runs conceded from 27 overs and 2 balls. Honourable mention for Zach Chappell, who only went at 3.39 runs and over for his couple of wickets, but I think that's why he was chucked out yesterday from the changing room to come and speak to us, because he was the best of a relatively ordinary bunch. We will take a short break now, and when we return, Derbyshire will be hoping to get through to lunch without losing any wickets. Glamorgan at 521 for 8 declared. In and balls to Reed. 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 in and balls to Reed.
.372 is the first marker, and that's what's needed to save the follow-on.
Will they make them follow on?
I wouldn't. They want to win.
Yeah.
I know there's weather forecast is pretty good for the rest of the game.
But a couple more wins and Glamorgan are
Well, one more win will
right in it, aren't they? Yeah, I know they're in it now, but they've got a couple of wins.
A win will do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
McIlroy then.
Well, yes, he hasn't had anything to do so far.
McIlroy to open the ball in and bowls the first ball of the innings, which is played into the cover region where it's fielded by Ul Hassan. Interesting with 521 on the board that there is a third man,
Lovely.
and that is, you know,
It's cheered
common sense.
you up, hasn't it? You've got a smile on your face.
The third man with pads on.
Oh, yeah.
He's got his fielding pads on. We'll see Swapson, I'm sure, before lunch. McIlroy bowls, came off a back foot with one that nipped back into him and played it away out onto the onside. 3 slips, and they are, at first slip, the captain David Lloyd, Sam Northeast at second slip, Colin Ingram is third slip, who's also a reserve wicketkeeper, so he's used to fielding. Looking at the flannels of those fielding in the slips, it looks as if there's a fierce crosswind at the moment, which will help the swing bowlers. McIlroy, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and a good length ball, which is defended by Kame. Priority number 1, no wickets before lunch for Derbyshire, and to bat as well as they can for the next 2.5 days.
Well, it's easy then. Excellent.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
There is also a cover, big gap between cover and mid-off, telling the batsman, if you want to drive, you carry on, you might get an edge. McIlroy bowls, and again, darts into him, and he plays it away up to mid-on, does Kane. Fielder there is Gorvin. So it's 3 slips, a cover and a mid-off, and a third man. A mid-on, a square leg, and a man down on the long leg, or fine leg boundary, whichever term you care to use.
Yes. 2 batsmen. Harry Kame currently averaging 27.5. Lewis Rees 36.
In comes the next ball. Again, that's defended. No alarms from the pitch. And it's beginning, or has changed colour a day from yesterday morning.
I think it's got lighter today during the course of the morning. I've just had the heavy roller on it, which will, of course, help in that.
So 2 lots of heavy rollers.
Yeah.
Well, what they have this morning.
We just had the light one
The
this
light
morning.
one and the heavy one now, which will try and deaden it, of course. Last ball of the over, McIlroy bowls, and that's turned away down towards fine leg. They cross for a single, and that's all they're going to get. And good count in by Kane because he retains strike 1 without loss. Derbyshire on their way.
Terrific start. Only another 520 overs until they get to parity.
Says a rather dispirited Dave Fletcher.
Not for the first time in my short career covering Derbyshire, Edward, sadly. Yeah, a huge job, as you say, for the Derbyshire batsman Tim van der Hoogten. He's going to begin from the racecourse end. Having just got himself a nice little 24 not out.
Yes, he's getting runs this year. Mr. Swapson was at it again after his 69 against Sussex. He not out 21. Van der Gooten, one of the leading wicket takers in Division 2, didn't take a wicket at Cheltenham, though on a very flat pitch there. And it'll be Harry Kane to face and Dave Fletcher to commentate.
We'll see how flat this pitch is. I'm not sure it's as flat as Derbyshire's bowlers made it look. Still 3 slips in place. Lloyd, Northeast and Ingram, as in goes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Harry Kane, who drives it square on the offside. Straight to Ul Hassan, and there's no run. Just a little loosener to begin with there. Kieran Carlson at mid-off, Billy Root at mid-on.
Why I think Billy Root's got his pads on, he feels a short leg, and to the slow bowlers, so that'll tell us probably that Swapson's going to have a roll just before lunch, perhaps at lunchtime over.
Indeed. There is a third man as well, and a long leg as this next delivery from Van der Hoogten's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane to go through to the wicket-keeper, Chris Cook. Runs of little, they'll want runs of course, but of little consequence before lunch certainly.
Survival.
Yeah, all about surviving the remaining 22 minutes of the session. Get themselves into lunch and then see what they can do in the afternoon session. Sun slightly watery at the moment, but out. As Van der Hoogten goes past umpire Baldwin and beats Harry Kane outside the off stump. He tried to
pulled it away, did he?
well, I think he wanted to give everybody that impression, Edward, I think. He's done okay as Harry Kane. 1 century this season. Came into the side after about the first 3 or 4 matches to open the batting. And initially would have opened with Hayder, I think. And then Lewis Rees promoted up the order to where he wants to bat. He hasn't faced a ball yet. Kane's faced 9, making 10 as he pushes that one out into the offside. Al Hassan once again with the fielding. Lewis Rees has got 3 half centuries, all of them against Durham.
No. Good attack there too.
Yeah. 1 in each innings in the game up at Chester Street, which was his first of the season, his first match of the season. Wasn't in the side at the start of the campaign. And
but he has to get some runs to make up for that ordinary bowling performance.
Yes.
I think I'm being kind there.
Nicely put. Here comes Van der Hoogten down the leg side this time, and nicely taken by a tumbling Cook.
That fountain of knowledge that is Dave Griffin.
Oh, yes.
Reckons that this is the 3rd highest score Glamorgan made. I think that's right. Against Derbyshire. The highest being 570 way back in
At the Arms
1951. The Arms Park, as they say.
Yeah, the Arms Park.
Yeah.
I'd spotted that one. The list is
2018, I think, Glamorgan, when we were up here, got 400 odd.
my list only included 500s. Here goes Van der Hoogten, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. As the second over of the Derbyshire innings comes to an end, a maiden from Tim Van der Hoogten, 1 without loss after 2 overs, 19 minutes till lunch.
Yes, and excuse me, no real threat from the opening 2 overs, and it will be left-handed, a left-hander here. McIlroy left arm over, Lewis Rees, left-hand batsman. Van der Hoogten goes down to 3rd man. Billy Root is down on fine leg. The 3 slips there, cover point, that big gap. As Rees will receive his first ball, in comes McIlroy, and he leaves outside the off stump. Good carry through there to Chris Cook. They've got 3 good slippers then in Lloyd North East and Ingram.
You know, all those youngsters who are in the ground today, I do hope they let them on the outfield at lunchtime. They probably won't because there'll be some bowler bowling, but
McIlroy bowls, and that's edge down to 3rd man. And good delivery from McIlroy, which just left him. Rees is off the mark with the single. 2 without loss. We're in the 3rd over. Probably get a few more.
that'd have been 4 for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Tim Van der Hoogten down at 3rd man. Way to our left-hand side behind that enormous pillar.
Kane has to take strike now as McIlroy comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward, plays it out onto the onside. No run.
Harry Kane appears to have one of his old style sleeveless sweaters on that are far too long for him.
No, this is
I do like
interesting.
that. Yeah, can have a short leg in, haven't we? Early short leg.
Yes. Got the left-hander's swing coming into him. He's played a lot out there in this innings already. So the specialist short leg in the Glamorgan side is Billy Root. Kneels down as he waits for McIlroy, who bowls, and that's played to Root, who feels no sign of aggression yet. Well, they haven't been given any deliveries because they've been pretty well on target, these 2 opening bowlers. 16 minutes to 1. As Lloyd wants square leg to come by the umpire and have a chat. Remember Nick Cook, the umpire? Used to talk to everybody. Next ball, down to third man for 4, where Billy Root was fielding. But with 521 on the board and a chance of perhaps a wicket to short leg, I'll excuse that.
That's all right, is it?
That's all right,
okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Not at
We'll
any
see
other
what you like
time.
when Derbyshire are 400 for 2. You
At one
can't.
stage this morning, it was 421 for 7. I looked at this score, and they had 3 slips in a gully, and 3 went down here for 4.
Yeah, no third man. Yeah. Madness.
Anyway, the boundary, 6 without loss. In comes McIlroy. Bowls. And this turns him round a little. It's good bit of fielding there at Hassan. And that's the end of the over. 6 without loss.
Interesting what you said there about no aggressive shots yet, and you're absolutely right. But that was the problem with the Derbyshire bowling, wasn't it? There were always 2 deliveries and over, it seemed, at least 2 over deliveries and over, that the batsman could wait for those deliveries and hit them away to the boundary. I mean, 73 4s and 5 6s.
The Cook yesterday came in, and normally you have to play yourself in, as we well know. He got 2 half trackers from Lewis Rees, which he hit the square leg. Those were his first 2 balls. His 5th ball, he had a half volley, which he went hurtling over the extra cover boundary.
Yeah.
He's 12 without looking.
Just got a wicket, and the new batsman's on 12 before anybody's even blinked. Tim van der Hoogten to continue from the racecourse centre round the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who leaves the first delivery alone. Might have bounced over off stump, but a comfortable leave for Rees.
Following these 2, they'll have the medium pace of Andy Gorvin. It's accurate, wicket-to-wicket, keeper standing up. Well, 5 successive maidens when he started his opening spell at Cheltenham last week. And then you've got the leg spin of Mitch Swepson of Australia.
Van der Hoogten in again. That one's turned into the leg side. Backward of square by Lewis Rees. Only a single. The ball is fielded by Swepson. Fielding at square leg. So Rees moves on to 2, 7 without loss. Now Derbyshire, that figure that I was furiously trying to work it out on my calculator on my phone, but when Edward said 372.
Always add the 1 off, you see there.
Take 149 from the total. It's my new method. But I can't do that in my head.
150 plus 1.
Yes. It's easy when you know how. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Kame, who turns this one into the leg side.
With some of the Glamorgan seasons and years gone past, I'm pretty used to that. On the follow-on.
Yes. But it's something that seems to have gone out of fashion to a large degree in all forms of cricket, asking teams to follow on. They want to give bowlers, they talk about these loads on the bowlers and all the rest of it. But this is the perfect opportunity, really. If you can skittle aside in the first innings, it seems daft not to put them into me, but I'm only sitting down all day. As Van der Hoogten bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Kame to go through to Cook.
I think
Al-Hassan drops it at gully, point rather.
There's only been a handful of overs, but I think it'll be Swepson will be doing most of the bowling.
You think, yeah.
In this innings, because if there isn't anything much in it for the seamers, then he'll toil away, and it's always got to have a leg spin in your side, isn't it? Even if they sometimes do bowl one bad ball and over. And you've got runs to play with.
Derbyshire's sweeper in chief, Wayne Madson's not here. Next delivery from Van der Hoogten, bang on target. Kame has to get his bat onto that, pushing it back towards the bowler.
I think I've seen Madsen break the Morgan partnerships every time I seem to watch him bowl. They bring him in for a tea time or a lunchtime over, and he invariably gets a wicket.
Not bowled at all this season.
Hasn't he?
No, I think he has had shoulder issues.
Right.
So to prolong his career, which is already in its 15th year here at Derby. Van der Hoogten in and bowls. That's again defended by Kane up towards the man at mid-off, Kieran Carlson, and it's the end of the over. There was a run from that one, just the one. 7 without loss. Kane has 5, Rees has 2. Yeah, so that option, the Wayne Madsen option, which he was the typical golden arm, wasn't he?
He was. It's incredible.
Yeah, when you look at his career record, and it's not great, but he seems to have taken some very valuable wickets over the years.
And Mark Wallace was playing for Glamorgan at Colwyn Bay some years ago, and he got off to a lightning start in the second innings. Glamorgan well on top. Tea time ball. I'll tell you the story as we go through. McIlroy's next over as he bowls to Rees. Rees plays it out backward of square in the offside, and it's fielded. There's no run. And the over before tea, he was called on to bowl, and the second ball he bowled to Wallace, he reverse swept him straight into the hands of the man waiting, trooped off for tea, and he done it again.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've seen it a few times in my short spells. A short spell covering Derbyshire.
McIlroy over the wicket, bowls, short, clubbed away, but straight to Hussain fielding at cover. Job done at the moment, anyhow. I think in last 10 more minutes, the openings. Nasty little time to go in, 20 minutes before lunch.
All eyes on the clock.
Runs behind. Jamie McIlroy in bowls, outside the off stump, left by the batsman Rees.
Do you spot the flag of Wales today?
No, I have not
the
seen the
Glamorgan
flag of
flag,
Wales.
which is on the flagpole. If you look in the East Midlands demolition stand to the right-hand end, there's a...
Oh, I tell you, they are the Buccaneers.
The Buccaneers,
yeah,
yeah.
They're staying in the same hotel as me, and I chatted with them this morning.
Rowdy bunch.
No, not at all. They are an elderly bunch, but not rowdy. McIlroy bowls. It's a good delivery, which beats him when he goes through to Cook. A little bit in it. And McIlroy has bowled well. He's one of the finds of the season, Jamie McIlroy.
I've not come across him at all, I have to say.
Came a bit late into the game.
Yeah?
He was born over the border, Herefordshire, and played some minor county cricket, but he was spotted, and he's done some good work. Oh, it was useful to have a bowler of that nature. He bowls again. That's a half volley, not so clever. This might run away for 4, up towards the pavilion. It's a long chase, and it stopped just inside. They crossed for 2, and that was an easy 3 there. But they decide to stop on 2. Looking at my watch, 9 minutes to perhaps an over of Van der Hoogten, and then one from the leggy.
Yeah.
That's what I think, but I'll probably be wrong.
On each of those 2 runs, he had to run around McIlroy. Lewis Rees.
Stand in there.
Yeah.
Get out of my space.
Not making it easy.
McIlroy bowls and Rees defends on the line of off stump. Plays it up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. I suspect it will be Tim Van der Hoogten. Hasn't taken his cap off yet, but now he has. Yes, he's going to bowl. The score, 9 without loss.
Just making his way in a leisurely fashion. He'll have plenty of bowling to do throughout the course of the day. Derbyshire will be hoping he has plenty of bowling to do over the course of the day. And indeed tomorrow. A little bit of rain about tomorrow, but...
I don't think as much as through the night,
no,
will it?
yeah, we'll be all right, which is good news. Kane waits as Van der Hoogten begins a new over and a perfectly executed forward defensive out to Kieran Carlson at mid-off. And there is no run. Just a little bit hazy now, but as I say, away to the west where the weather comes from, wispy cloud, plenty of blue sky. Looks like being a lovely day here in Derby.
BBC forecast last week for this week was horrendous.
Never look at the BBC one anymore.
No, it's Met Office.
Yeah. Van der Hoogten in. That one's turned into the leg side by Harry Kane, but sweeps and fields at square leg. 3rd man long leg, 3 slips, point Mid-off, mid-on. But he's more of a mid-wicket than a square leg, really. Mitch Swepson. Sort of wandering around on the pitch that has the hydraulic fluid on it.
Which did not
Go down.
please the
I didn't please Neil
My
Godrich,
friend.
the groundsman, I'm
my
afraid.
friend Neil. Remember him starting here many years ago.
And the Hookton bowls on that
Ooh.
one keeps low. It wasn't a particularly good shot, but
No.
it kept low on Harry Kane there, and he's sort of flailing his bat in the general direction of the ball. It was nowhere near it.
Just as well it kept low because it
wasn't a good
quite
shot.
at 6 minutes to 1 to play.
Bat a long way from his body. Still really learning his trade.
How old is he?
That's a very good question, Edwin. One that I almost certainly can answer at some
Like
point.
the 18-year-old all of his son.
No, yes, no, he's not 18, I know that, but he's not old, Harry Kane. This next one's turned into the leg side. He's 24. This is only his 20th first-class match.
I tell you, I was asking the lads in the press box, Harvey Hussain, who I thought was a very talented cricketer, he did get hit about knee with bouncers.
Had to retire due to concussion issues.
Still playing apparently, club cricket.
Swarkston, he plays
Captain,
for, yeah, in the Derbyshire Premier League.
Good player.
Yes,
Solid,
he was a good player.
solid player.
Yeah, absolutely. Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Kane, who pushes this out towards the
Swepson's on his
mid-off
back.
region. He's ready, look.
He's ready. He's
Yeah.
doing these
He's ready.
exercises. As if to say, Captain, you're looking at me.
Well, he might. If he bowls one and he bowls a maiden, they might sneak another in. 12:55 on the clock that the umpires look at, the bottom right-hand corner of the big scoreboard. Final ball of Tim van der Hoogten's third over is left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane to go through to Chris Cook. And
he
here we
comes.
go. Bit of leg spin and another helmet brought out this time for Cook.
Mitch Swepson then, the Australian leg spinner, bowled a lot of overs since he's been with Glamorgan this season. That's only been for about 3 games. 37 overs at Cheltenham. He picked up 3 wickets and against Leicestershire. He bowled 28 overs. Useful bowler to have in a county side. 4 minutes to. All depends if there's a boundary or so.
Yeah, if he bowls a maiden, we could get another over in before lunch. 6 overs have been bowled so far.
Lewis Rees having a word with Chris Cook. Probably Lewis saying, what does he bowl, Cookie? I'm not telling you.
He'd probably do better to have a word with David Lloyd, wouldn't he? Who's filling at slip, who's going to be his captain
Captain.
next season.
Do you think he will? Captain?
I can't see any other candidates, really.
Mitch Swepson will be bowling from the city end, and he's bowling at the left-handed Lewis Rees with the slip and a short leg. Keeper standing up, of course, and here he is. And bowls to Rees, too short, really, and he's clubbed away up towards mid-wicket. Gorvin is after it and picks it up just inside the boundary rope, and they cross for 2 runs. Pushed it through, but it was too short to trouble Rees. As Derbyshire go up to 11 without loss. Swepson tossing the ball from one hand into the other. He's over the wicket and bowls, and similar delivery, and this is wide again, exactly the same place, and they pick 2 more runs up. Finding his feet here, Swepson. Pushes it through, doesn't he?
Strange start to his run-up, isn't it? He's almost side on when he starts his run-up. Peculiar. They're all slightly peculiar, the leg spinners, aren't they?
What, in the head as well?
Well, I think so. I think you've got to be.
Here's the next ball, and that's hit straight into the midriff of Billy Root, standing at short leg.
To put yourself through the contortions of actually bowling leg spin is strange.
Here's the next ball. That's a better delivery. Pitched on a length, driven back. You are going to get, I think, another over. If there's no runs off the next couple of deliveries. He's bowled 4. he decides to the left-hander that he's going to come round the wicket.
Not enough gardening going on for my liking here, Edward. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Well, Reese is doing his best. He's taking a fresh card.
Yeah, it's essential. Where's that middle stump again, ump?
2 balls of the over to go then. There's Swepson coming round from that far end towards us. Bowls, and this is clipped. And again, extraordinary over this. A couple of deliveries has gone up to deep mid-wicket, 2 apiece. 2 into the midriff, Billy rooted short leg. There's 1 more left. He's got to get him playing forward. And he comes, bowls the last ball. That's defended, and that was the googly going the other way. End of the over, and does Neil Bainton want lunch? No, he's striding to square leg.
I'm surprised he doesn't want lunch, but there we go.
1 more over.
Tim van der Hoogten, I will have an update during this over. I'm fairly short, which is never ideal, but there we go. So the final over of the morning session as the clock ticks around to 1 o'clock. Tim van der Hoogten on his way in from the racecourse end bowls to Harry Kane, who leaves the first delivery alone outside the off stump, allows it to go through to Chris Cook. The song in my ears is one of those generic modern male singer-songwriters who every single one of them sounds the same. I couldn't tell you who it was.
Well, I hope when you're presenting this week, sir, that these 60s, 70s and 80s, I'll try and pick up the Radio Derby and listen to you.
Some absolute belters. 2 till 6 on Sunday. Don't be late.
Sunday, I'm at home.
Don't be late. Van der Hoogten bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Harry Kane to go through for a quick single. Just shy of the stumps from Carlson that misses. And the single.
Might be able to get it on my either an iPod or the
BBC Sounds.
BBC
It'll be all over the BBC Sounds this week.
Tell my wife, I know him. He's famous.
I bet,
He's my friend.
I can't imagine anybody being less impressed
What? With that?
by the fact that
Wonderful
somebody
music.
knows me.
Yes. And he's also a football commentator. He's famous, you know.
Multi-talented.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jack of all trades, master of absolutely none. The plane takes off from East Midlands as Van der Hoogten is in a bowls to Reese, who plays at that one and is beaten outside the off stump. Tumbling take by Chris Cook. Diving
bit
away
wide to play it, actually.
Yes, it was, really. It's that angle, though, isn't it, I suppose? If he's coming around the wicket, Reese concerned about the angle into him, which is always the concern of a left-handed batsman when the right armour goes around the wicket. Can I leave it? Can I not leave it? Do I need to play at it? He probably didn't, but had a little go at it. Turns around, looks at his stumps, and then faces the bowler, Van der Hoogten, who's already on his way in, past umpire Baldwin. And that one is pushed with the full face of the bat into the gully region. There's a shy at the stumps while Harry Kane was gone for all money there. And there are going to be overthrows here because Harry Kane, well, he was just dawdling a bit. They have gone for an overthrow, but that was...
2 yards.
Yeah, he was out by miles. He'd given up. Harry Kane. The shy at the stumps can't have missed by much.
1 o'clock.
Yeah. Why would you take a risky single like that at that stage? Harry Kane's leaning on his bat and Lewis Rees comes down the pitch. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a word of apology. 2 deliveries left until lunch.
If I was Cayman, I'd say, get back.
Yeah, I'm not moving again, Lewis. Thank you very much. You just face these last 2. Van der Hoogten in, and that one is defended.
Doesn't look
back to
too
the bowler.
not as comfortable as his partner, does he?
No.
Lewis Rees.
No. So we have 1 delivery left. We're 2 minutes into the news bulletin. No, we're 3 minutes into the news bulletin now. So I will be on shortly, I'm afraid, Edward.
Can't wait.
With apologies. I can imagine. Van der Hoogten then, final ball of the morning session. Derbyshire 16 without loss. He bowls to Lewis Rees, who's wrapped on the pads. It dribbles into the offside, and that is...
Luncheon.
Yeah. 505 runs behind Derbyshire, 16 without loss after Glamorgan declared on 521 for 8. Tim van der Hoogten 24, Mitch Swapson 21, the not-out batsman. 70 this morning, Chris Cook, 20 for Andy Gorvan. Kame has 6, Reese has 10, and we will see you this afternoon. Well, we will see everybody this afternoon in around about 40 minutes' time on the BBC Sport website. In and balls to Reed. 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 Go 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 in and balls to Reed. 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 In and balls to Reed.
Leighton and Glamorgan and the Glamorgan team led by captain David Lloyd. To bowl on the city end, Jamie McElroy.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to BBC Sport Online from the County Ground Derby, where Derbyshire resume on 16 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's quite formidable 521 for 8 declared. It is Jamie McElroy to bowl the first ball of the afternoon session to Harry Kame on 6 not out, and Kame is forward defending to mid-off. And there is no run. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Edward Bevan, Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby, and Nikesh Ragani are our commentary team this afternoon. And Mr. Fletcher's further vocal talents, I'm told, will be available on BBC Radio Derby on Sunday. As in comes McElroy and bowls and beats the outside edge there as Kane prods forward rather uncertainly. Mr. Fletcher will be regaling Radio Derby listeners with hits of yesteryear.
Yeah. You're very modest about it. I've never been offered that job, neither have you, Nick, as far as I know.
I did a little bit of it in the 90s. We had an evening show which was a mixture of news, music and sport.
Oh, right.
Which was real fun. Enjoyed doing that. As that is defended by Kame, back down the pitch. Mid-90s, we used to have a bit of Britpop and Cool Cymru around then.
Oh, well done.
And the heyday of Manic Street Preachers, Catatonia, Stereophonics, etc. So it was...
multi-talented gentlemen.
In the last 25 years, no, they've thought better of it and booted me back under sport. McElroy is in to bowl, down leg side. Kame does not make any attempt to play it as it goes through to Chris Cook. 16 without loss. Glamorgan will have to work hard in this session to avoid it becoming a session of steady accumulation for the home side.
Yes, and I suspect that Harry Kame is grateful that the call from Lewis Rees, he would have been out by 2 yards just before lunch.
As Kame is forward and playing no shot once he gets there.
Lewis Rees played it just backward of square on the offside and for some reason set off. And Kame, well, he gave up about 3 yards out and had it struck at, as I say, 2 minutes to 1. That would be a disaster, but he's still there. He's played straight. And Derbyshire's first target is 372, the follow-on target.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs just to avoid the follow-on, as that's through outside off stump. Through to Cook, so tidy enough over from McElroy is a maiden. Glamorgan, well, they've managed to dry things up in the last match for a while against Gloucestershire, but the home side at Cheltenham still managed to reach 400 with only 6 wickets down in a batter-dominated game.
It's all about consistency. You saw McElroy beat Kame with a top delivery there in that last over. You know, you've got to aim for where you get your help from the pitch. Unfortunately, Derbyshire's bowlers were nowhere near it. But if Glamorgan can find some assistance with this new ball, and it'll be Van der Gooten to bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees. 3 slips waiting as he comes around the wicket to the left-hander. He's in and bowls, and Rees comes forward, plays it up to mid-on.
He's had to bear a heavy load in Championship cricket, hasn't he, Tim van der Hoogten? And he hasn't been in the wickets in the last couple of matches.
He's had a bowl on absolutely flat pitches where Glamorgan have gone for 400 each time. at that pace, I suppose, because he's not express pace, but he's very consistent and has really bowled well this season. Here he is again. Bowls, Rees is forward, gets a thick outside edge, which goes out to cover, and they go through for a single.
Pleasant afternoon.
Yes,
Cloud is high, still a bit of blue sky around.
Raining in Taunton at about midday. But I'm told by the time it gets up here, it'll be around 6 o'clock. So we'll be grateful for that. Glamorgan need all the time on their side to try and take 20 wickets. Here is Van de Gooten over the wicket to the right-hand. It came, and Kane lets that go well outside the off stump and through to Cook. 3 slips. Cover and mid-off, and a third man who's rather square. On the onside, fine leg, square leg, and the mid-on. It's the conventional feel for the new ball bowler. 2 spectators here today. In the stand opposite the city end. I sat up there one game, and it's a very, very good view. As is this, as the next ball, a thick outside edge, which is guided out into the cover region. Hassan fields in a floppy white hat. And Colin Ingram then practicing a golf shot at third slip. I've seen him hit a golf ball. He hits this as far as he hits a cricket ball. There he goes again. Watch the stance now, Nick.
Yeah, try turning the other way, Colin. The ball might be heading your way in a moment.
He has hands on knees as in comes Van de Gooten bowled, and this is driven past mid-on. Nice looking shot. That'll go away for 4 on this very quick outfield. And that's the first boundary that's come from Van de Gooten. He pitched it a little bit wide of leg stick, and Kane was onto it immediately. The score moves on to 21 without loss. And game goes on to 10. Rees is on 11. Morgan will hope for some cloud cover. We'll see a lot of Swepson, I suspect. He's had 1 over. Fairly innocuous over before lunch, but it's the medium pace of Van de Gooten. Last ball of the over, bowls. That's a good delivery and draws the batsman forward. Kane pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Carlson.
So 21 for naught. Had 1 or 2 comments looking around social media last night from Glamorgan supporters. Pleased with the quality of the camera work and the coverage on the video stream hosted by Derbyshire. So well done to those involved in that. If you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWebb2017, Fletch Sport, or at Nikash Rugani. John O'Dew says laconically, in other words, Glamorgan have had worse seasons after maximum batting points. McIlroy bowls, and back on his stumps goes Rees, digging out a ball that might have kept her a little bit low.
Well, 14 batting points in 3 games isn't bad, is it? Especially as you've got to go to 450 these days.
It is a good half of the equation. It's the other half they need to work on,
exactly.
Bowling sides out. Swepson's last game, so he'll be hoping to go out with a bang before going back to Queensland as McIlroy is in, and they sent off for a quick single there. That could have Rees came in trouble. I think he was just about home, but it wasn't a good call from Rees in this circumstance as he played the ball gently on the offside, sent out for a quick single. Carlson, head in hands, can't believe he missed.
Kane's not very happy. Rees is trying to talk to him. He's ignored him. Now he's looking at him. That's the second time now that he's nearly done his partner.
I think he would have been just about all right, but it certainly wasn't worth risking at this stage of the game. So 3 slips. Third man, backward point, cover. As that's past the outside edge. As Kane pushes forwards, McIlroy, not too demonstrative, but just paused at the end of his follow-through, wondering how he hasn't found the outside edge. But it's been a pitch where the bowlers have not had that much assistance and have had to work hard for their rewards, as evidenced by the the bonus points of 5-2 in the batting side's favour. McIlroy in and outside off stump, but allowed to be left by Kame, shouldering arms. And well, McIlroy maybe just needs to straighten up his lines a little bit more, and too many are able to be left as Derbyshire try to survive the new ball. We're in the 11th over, just 22 on the board, but it's the no wickets that is crucial from the home point of view. As Kame drives, we'll find a gap straight. Carlson is in pursuit. They've run one, and that'll be all.
I mentioned you generally get the end of the season, Nick, and they say, well, there are some positives, just to throw a positive light on it. And I think certainly two of the positives is McIlroy's bowling and Ul Hassan's success as an opening batsman.
As McIlroy is in to bowl, outside off stump, through low it goes to Chris Cook at the end of the over.
You call him a late developer, don't you?
Yeah, McIlroy definitely, yeah. Late 20s, isn't he? Just, I think, turning 29 sometime soon.
That's a good age for a bowler, though.
Not too many miles on the clock, and just getting used to the rigours of county cricket. Went well in the T20 Blast competition. Glamorgan may be able to mix and match things a little bit in the one-day cup. The schedule there isn't actually too demanding for once. 8 games over around about 3 weeks. Plus, both counties will be hoping more on top of that if they reach the quarterfinals.
There's Van de Gooten to start another over. He's bowling to Harry Kame. And there's the first ball, which is outside the off stump. The slips thought it was very, very close. And as we've often remarked this season, the slips may think it's close, others don't. It's generally a ball that's well judged outside the off stump. Good news for Derbyshire is that Dahl is fit. We saw him bowl this morning. He'll be fit to bat. The way he went down last night, I thought that was it for the season.
Proverbial sack of spuds.
Van de Gooten in, bowls. Kame gets right behind that solid block, plays it back down the pitch. Biddy Root is at mid-on. Carlson at mid-off. Both of them fleet of foot, quick runners between the wickets and quick in the outfield. 23 without loss in Derbyshire. Morgan made 521 for 8 before pulling in. As Van de Gooten turns past umpire Baldwin and bowls and outside the off stump again. Yeah, you mentioned about McIlroy's line, and Van de Gooten's line here is a little bit too much outside off stump. He wants to make the batsman play, especially with the new one.
He's probably the quickest bowler in the Glamorgan side, but it is an attack without
Venom.
Genuine pace, isn't it? With Gorvin, Ul Hassan, Lloyd all bowling
Gentle
medium
pace, yeah.
Swepson with the leg spin, possibly a little offy from Carlson.
Van de Gooten bowls, and this is played off his legs down to fine leg. They'll probably not come back for the second as the return comes in very quickly. And it'll be Rees to take stride. Who's not on the field?
That's a good question. I just
Didn't
noticed
recognise that lad, the left-handed throw in.
I suspect it might be Rodri Lewis who was slated to arrive as fielding cover.
Yeah, I saw him bowl this morning. Probably he was off the field. Then. There's Van de Gooten bowls to Rees. The way he played that, if he'd missed that, he looked a candidate for LBW. He went back and it's squirted off the edge of the bat down to third man for a single. Not playing with complete confidence is Rees. And he goes down and taps part of the pitch on that far side. Who can we not recognise on the field? Swepson there. Yes, he's a cover. Van de Gooten, yes. McIlroy, yes. Castle northeast. In comes the next delivery, and is again right forward, nullifying any chance of movement or not spin. And,
there's your answer. It was Gorvinoff, probably just changing his boots for
having a
bowling spell.
Long. 25 without loss then, and 1 or 2 alarms, mainly between the running between the wickets. But other than that, they played the seamers quite comfortably.
All very sedate, as Derbyshire might have hoped for in this post-lunch spell. Have a look at what's happening around the other ground, since the action here is slightly less than dynamic at the moment, but very much to the home side's advantage as McIlroy starts a new over and beats the bat there as Rees tried to play off the back foot, just back of a length, and managed to avoid getting a nick on it. If you weren't in touch with this morning's news, England have announced they'll play an unchanged side in the final test against Australia, starting tomorrow, as they try to level the series, even if the Ashes have gone. Forcing off the back foot there is Rees, pleasantly through the offside. Carlson is up in pursuit. Will he put the slide in? Yes, he does, and he'll save 1 run, as they've had loads of time to go through for 3. Hauling it up just in front of the members' balcony.
But the only one in the Glamorgan side who would have reached that ball.
Interestingly, Carlson seems to be conserving his throwing efforts these days, because he didn't actually chuck that one back. He just ran back with it. And a couple the other day he underarmed from the boundary. 28 for naught as McIlroy in to bowl a short ball that's not very well played by Kane, but he gets away with it as he looked to pull. The ball bobbled up, would have been into the hands of any potential leg slip, but there wasn't one there. And they go through for a single. They're just going back on the field at Scarborough. Yorkshire 211 for 3 against Durham after rain delays there. As McIlroy heads towards us, bowls to Rees, who inside edges that one out on the leg side, and Swepson fields no run. The Cheltenham Festival continues with Worcestershire on 161 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Half centuries there for Gareth Roderick and Matthew Waite. Glamorgan supporters hoping that Worcestershire don't do too well in that one there. One of the sides in the mix, along with Glamorgan, Leicestershire and Sussex behind Durham. Next ball is played defensively by Rees, back to the bowler.
You mentioned Gareth Roderick there, Nick, and he's keeping Ben Cox, who I thought was an excellent wicket-keeper batsman, out of this side, and news that Ben Cox is going to Leicester.
All right.
Which you can't blame him, because if he's not getting a game there at Worcester, then he's finding a county that, and they badly need, Richard Ray was telling us, wasn't he, that they need a wicket-keeper there.
McIlroy in to bowl, turned off his legs by Rees. It's slightly misfielded by Swepson at square leg. He doesn't pick up at the first attempt, so they're comfortably able to go back for a second. 31 for no wicket then, Derbyshire at the end of the over, trailing by mere 490. Well, the current Leicestershire keeper is Peter Hanscom, the Australia, hasn't he? So he's presumably not expected back. At Southampton, they're in the 3rd innings of the match already. Hampshire 29 for 2, second time round, still 20 runs behind Essex after some low-scoring first innings there. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 35 for naught in reply to Northants 342 all out. At Trent Bridge, Notts made 350 all out, Kent 15 for naught in reply. As Ul Hassan comes into the attack for Glamorgan.
Yeah, medium pace. We saw him bowl at Cheltenham, steady, not overly threatening, but taken over from Van der Gooten. Well, he had an excellent game with the bat so far, but see how he fares with the ball. He's bowling to Harry Kane. Here's the first ball. And it's guided away down to third man for a single.
At Taunton, Somerset were all out for 170. Title chasing Surrey, 281 for 6. Tom Latham made 99. And Will Jacks, rather surprisingly, batting in the middle order, is 93 not out.
Yeah, he always does, doesn't he, in Championship cricket? Yeah. Ul Hassan then from this end comes in and bowls to Rees, and Rees forward to a full length ball, plays it away onto the offside, and Van der Gooden just lets it come to him.
At Edgbaston, plenty of wickets falling there yesterday. Warwickshire made 60 all out in their first innings, Middlesex 199 all out, and Warwickshire 126 for 3 second time round, but still 13 runs in arrears.
32 for no wicket, and Ul Hassan comes in and bowls. That's driven, not with any conviction by Rees. He just pushed at it and went to cover. Again, there's no run.
Statistical oddity in that Middlesex innings, apart from the odd hit wicket from Toby Rowland-Jones, is that all the bowlers, there were 4 bowlers who conceded 49 runs, and 3 of them took 3 wickets, so remarkable similarity for the seamers there.
Ul Hassan in, bowls to Rees. Rees is forward, plays it again, identical shot into the ball before. It's very, very early days, but Glamorgan must be thinking, no wickets gone as yet. And we're getting into the afternoon. The only semblance of any chance, 2 player misses from Kane and 2 run-out scares for the same batsman due to the poor calling. In comes the next ball. And it comes into the bat and not moved as he played it up to mid-off. Steady as steady start from the medium pacer. You go to Hereford on Sunday?
Yes, Eastner Cricket Club, which I've no idea where it is. So
you're streaming at it.
Mr. Satnav will be our friend. There will be. I'm glad you asked that, Edward. There will be online commentary with. I'll be joining our friends from Hereford and Worcester.
Here comes Ul Hassan. This is clubbed away and of the over. Useful start by Ul Hassan. 1 over, 1 run off it. I'll be here for another 5 or 6 minutes before His Highness takes over, the man in charge.
The purveyor of top tunes on BBC Radio Derby on a Sunday.
Perhaps main commentator for Burton Albion. Anything else? First class degree from Liverpool University, was it? No. Was it a 2-2 or a... Yeah, 2-2.
The thinking man's degree of Desmond.
That's what Nick had as well, eh? From Bath.
Yes, I sort of stopped work at the age of 18 academically. That was...
I passed the University of Life.
Here's McIlroy then bowling from the city end and beats came.
Yeah, it's a spot, isn't it?
Suspiciously at that one. So, yeah, apparently it's that statistical oddity of the Warwickshire bowlers against Middlesex. It's the first time, according to one social media site, that a side had used 4 bowlers who'd all conceded the same number of runs
amazing,
in the championship that they
What odds would you have in that?
3 for 49 times 3 and a 1 for 49. As Kame runs the next ball down into the gully, fielded by Swepson, no run. Hannon Dolby, Hamza Barnard and Henry Brooks were the bowlers involved there.
Always reminds me of that name, Hannon Dolby, of the great boxing summariser Barrington Dolby of years ago, who used to commentate with the great Raymond Glendenning. You might have heard of him.
McIlroy in to bowl and played by Kame on the leg side. And there's no run. It's not the same spelling, but I always think of the hi-fi description in some sort of Dolby sound. I can't remember what it refers to even. Test match in Colombo, Pakistan. Slightly in control of that one. 563 for 5 in reply to Sri Lanka's 166 all out. Something of a one-sided game as Kame drives to mid-on. I was about to say through mid-on, but Gorvin made good ground more from mid-wicket.
Useful spell this after lunch, isn't it? From he's beaten the bat twice and seems to be getting a little bit of assistance if he hits that right spot, hence the 3 slips. Van der Gooten, meanwhile, has been taken off, might come back the following end, because if that is an area there where you can exploit, bring the opening bowler back when he's at a rest.
McIlroy balls, came on the back foot, defends to point. No run, so Ul Hassan is the 3rd seamer and the 4th bowler used by Glamorgan. Gorvin will probably be the next change, one imagines, as square leg rather is sent back towards the ropes, 3/4 of the way back in case.
Could be a double bluff.
McIlroy decides to bowl a short one. And he comes. It is a double bluff as it's on middle and off and defended on the offside. So 32 without loss at the end of the over. Derbyshire pottering along in terms of their run rate. They've had 15 overs, they've got 32 on the board. But as I say, crucially, no wickets.
Yes, it's slow going under 3, but the Glamorgan seam attack is on the showing of this game far superior to the Derbyshire ones, who were leaking runs from the word go.
They've been tighter, but can they take wickets? Ul Hassan will try to make the breakthrough.
Yes, bowling from this end, passes umpire bowling on his way and bowls to Rees. Rees tries to flick him away on the onside, doesn't make any connection, taps the ball back to the bowler. Rees hasn't been as confident as his partner Kame, although he's still there. 18 runs from 37 balls.
Do you think we're seeing a bit of bev ball, as the term we invented in the during the Sussex game when 184 runs were scored in the day?
Yeah, we haven't told Fletch about that, have we?
No. Well, I think we mentioned it earlier, bev ball. Yeah. I think someone mentioned it on Twitter.
Nick will describe it all as the next ball is left, perilously close to the bat, if you believe the 2 slips who were yelling in anguish.
Yes, Edward was enjoying a gritty attritional battle of between bat and ball of Glamorgan against Sussex when the visitors largely were scoring around about 2 runs and over. But
attritional cricket,
interesting contest.
the purest.
A long way from what happens at Test match level with England around these days.
Ul Hussain in, bowls again, and this is played gently, watching the ball onto the bat. Still just a single conceded from the young Glamorgan all-rounder. He's bowled 9 balls and conceded 1 run. But as you rightly say, it's penetration wickets that Glamorgan badly need. And this is a pitch that I suppose if you do get in, if you're not taking any chances, you could stay there. Derbyshire, of course, badly in need of a win themselves, as the next ball is bowled and it's pushed into the covers and there's no run. 2 balls left of this over before I vacate. Still afternoon and clouds high, blue sky, all very pleasant. Not a bad crowd, I suppose. Big ground this in Derby.
Oh, it's nice to see the youngsters in playing on the outfields, and a lot of them involved with Dynamo's cricket by the look of it.
It's a way to get you interested. Here's Ul Hassan bowls and just gets up a little on him, Rees, and plays from the crease without any foot movement.
For those of you without children of that age, Dynamos is the national UK scheme for 8 to 11-year-olds, being run by many clubs and other groups around the country. All stars for the youngsters, 5 to 8, Chaos City, as they all run around waving bats and wickets madly.
Oh, they love it. I've been through that with my grandchildren. Next ball is played onto the onside, and that's maiden from Al Hussain. He's bowled steadily, but no wickets as yet. I think it's my break for the afternoon.
Thank you, Edward. We'll see you in
Dave Fletcher will come back into the chair.
evening session. Thank you, Edward. Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby, will join me, and Nikesh Ragani is limbering up in the background, going through his stretching exercises. 32 for naught. McIlroy to continue for one more over this economical spell. 7 overs, naught for 16. 3 slips still. Kane has not looked entirely assured, but he pushes a single on the onside there. There's a throw at the stumps, and it's flown over the top, but Rees was safely home. 33 for naught.
I'm still here. Yeah, steady but unspectacular at the moment, which is how Derbyshire supporters would probably like it, I would suggest. I've got a problem with it. Proper batting in proper cricket. It'll never catch on.
McIlroy, the left-handed Rees, who plays it back to the bowler. 55 overs remain today, and I imagine Derbyshire would be quite happy to be 200-ish on the board, as long as there's not too many wickets down. That's their first task, as well as thinking about the bonus points, is to avoid the follow-on, which is 372. It's quite a testing target in itself. McIlroy bowls outside off stump. Rees has nothing to do with it.
It seems a long way away, doesn't it? 372, which it is, of course.
When you're scoring at 2 and over.
Yes, by Friday they should be there.
Yeah, more water descending from the gantry above us. No idea how they're managing that.
No, I'm not entirely. I went up there for the first time on Saturday. It's a good view.
As McIlroy bowls, nice shot from Rees through the leg side. Gorvin is off in pursuit, but I think the ball is going to win that one up to the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the demolition stand. And it is a rare boundary for Lewis Rees. 37 for naught.
So rare, it's his first.
Indeed, that rare.
Yeah, that is quite rare. Only 3 in the innings so far. I hadn't realised it was his first until I looked on the computer screen. Remarkable.
The demolition stand that does have a Welsh flag at the back of it today. That's Rees stepping back, trying to cut or force off the back foot. Wasn't quite there for it, and he was beaten through to Cook. It went.
Yeah, he sort of made out again that it kept a bit low. I'm not sure that it did, in all honesty. But that was the impression he was trying to give. The problem is he's giving that impression to batsmen who've already got 521 runs on the board, so it makes little odds to what they think anymore.
McIlroy to Rees, who gets that one high on the bat, just trickles out on the offside. For some reason, he suggested to Kane that they might contemplate a single, but since Al Hassan was advancing at a rate of knots, they quite rightly decided otherwise. 37 for naught, then Derbyshire in reply to 521 for 8 declared here on BBC Sport Online. At Fletch Sports, at NickWeb 2017, at Nikesh Ragani, if you wish to communicate with us via Twitter, or also on email, fletchcricket@gmail.com.
Yes, it's open for business.
Supporters of either side or neither.
Yeah, anybody. Hello. Is there anybody out there?
To type their thoughts out electronically and send them our way.
Al Hassan begins a new over from the racecourse end, and it's just tapped on the head there. The ball down to third man by Harry Kane, who picks up another single, moves to 16:38 without loss. The running has been probably best described as skittish. And I can't help thinking that that might be something to do with the fact that Lewis Rees spent so much time opening with Billy Godleman, who is currently out of favour at Derbyshire. That would make anybody skittish. He's waiting now and defends this next Ul Hassan delivery back to the bowler as a large waste truck leaves the building. I wonder what that has been picking up. Derbyshire bowling attack.
The remnants of our luncheon.
Which was one of the most amusing lunches I think I've had for some time here at Derby, trying to explain what the vegetarian option was to a member of the media. Goes Ul Hassan, bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Rees.
The problem was that the vegetarian option was very similar in appearance, I thought, to the meat option.
Yes. There was a certain similarity. There was a fair amount of pasta involved.
Cloudy with meatballs, or non-meatballs in the case of the vegetarian option.
Very much meatless balls. I think when I go to cricket matches, it's the only time I ever eat pasta. Pretty much. Ul Hassan bowls, driven but not timed by Rees, out into the offside. Billy Root does the fielding. He no longer has the fielding pads on, which means that we're probably not going to see Schwepson for a while, which is slightly disappointing.
Yeah, I thought Swappo might be engaged for much of the afternoon.
Excellent. Come on, Swappo.
That's the shout.
Yeah, I can imagine.
In the world of unimaginative cricket nicknames.
Zain Ul Hassan. This one is pushed by Lewis Rees straight to Tim van der Hoogten, and he sets off for a single. Talk about skittish. That's the very definition of it. Ridiculous. There was never going to be a run there. Was there?
No.
No, good. That's not just me then.
Since you say, Dave, that these two have been regular opener partners this season, they look to have some sort of crisis of identification, as if they'd never met before.
Well, regular in recent times. The season did start with two other openers, as Ul Hassan bowls on leg stump, clipped away nicely by Lewis Rees. There's a man down there in the deep, though, and they come through for a single. It's McIlroy down there in front of the members' pavilion. Single taken. Rees also keeps the strike because it was the last ball of the over. He's on 23. Came has 16. Derbyshire 39. There's a 3 at the start of it. 39 without loss. It was Haider Ali and Billy Godleman at the start of the season, and then it was Harry Kame and Haider Ali, and then it was Harry Kame and Lewis Rees. When Rees first got his place back in the side, it was due to injury to Anuj Dal, so he batted at 7, which wasn't necessarily where he wants to bat. Very much sees himself as an opener. There can't be many games around at the moment where we have two opening batsmen who are also bowlers. Frontline bowlers as well. I mean, not just occasional bowlers.
Yep.
Ul Hassan and Rees.
Yes, and David Lloyd has been a regular member of the seam attack at times. As Gorvin comes into the attack, and his first ball is played out on the offside by Rees. There is no run. Be interesting to see how Glamorgan line up in the one-day cup. If Eddie Byram is fit and thrown back into the mix, how does that top 6 look? Where does Zain Ul Hassan fit in? As next ball is played back to Gorvin by Rees off the back foot, no run. With Alex Horton likely to take over the gloves from Chris Cook, and you would have hoped that Alex Horton would have played in these one-day cup games anyway. If you've got an England under-19 wicketkeeper on your books on in a 5-year contract, you want to try and use him. I think he's on the 4th season of that now. Gorvin right arm round, and Rees playing forward carefully up to mid-on. There's no run. Glamorgan with just 2 players involved in Welsh Fire and none going elsewhere in the franchise. Chris Cook and Dan Douthwaite, who should be fit again. Indeed, he may be playing for the second 11 today after a nasty side strain suffered during the blast, as Rees runs one down towards third man, gets a single as Ul Hassan trots backward from gully to do the fielding. See if I can just check who is playing for Glamorgan seconds today.
Yeah, Dan Douthwaite's there.
Right. There will be coverage of Glamorgan's game against Herefordshire on Sunday. It is hosted by our colleagues at BBC Hereford and Worcestershire. So there may be something of a more discussion and local element to it. Gorvin bowls and Kane comes forward. But there will be enough, no doubt, to keep Glamorgan supporters interested. Sunday game at Eastnor, but it's not expected that too many, if any, of the current 11 on show here will be involved in that one.
Does seem strange, doesn't it? They have the warm-up game in which nobody plays.
Yeah.
Derbyshire will almost certainly do the same.
Gorvin into bowl, driven nicely through the offside by Kame. He'll pick up at least a couple of runs here. McIlroy is chasing it up towards the deep extra cover boundary. They'll turn, and Kame wants a third as the throw comes in to the strikers, and good arm from McIlroy. And Rees has to put the skates on. Gets back for 3.43 for naught after 19 overs.
What are they doing? Would be my question. There's
Indeed.
a magnificently named player playing for Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
W.J. LaFontaine Jackson.
Wow.
Excellent effort by him. Made 30.
Yes. Ben Morris was the Glamorgan leading wicket taker, the young seamer who was actually in the 13 for this game, but obviously didn't stay here very long. Hampshire made 205 for 9 in their 50 overs at Winchester College.
That is nice there. Zain Ul Hassan begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Harry Kame, who defends this one with the middle of his bat. So I'm not entirely sure why the slip cordon have their hands on their heads, but they do.
The Glamorgan 11 also includes Rory Smith and Will Smale, who are signed on short-term contracts for the T20 Blast. So it'll be interesting to see whether they are given further contracts for the One Day Cup.
Kane waits as Ul Hassan's next delivery, turns it into the leg side where Swepson does the fielding.
Tom Bevan will be opening the batting for Glamorgan. He may be a contender as well. So most of that Glamorgan second team on duty today have some sort of first team experience along the way.
Huge squad that you've got.
It's smaller than last season.
Ul Hassan is in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kame.
As I say, Smale and Smith were sort of drafted in during the T20 Blast. Ben Callaway and Ben Morris are youngsters on rookie contracts and doing university studies at the same time.
Clever types.
Wow.
Kame just one flex of the knees and then a second as Ul Hassan is in to bowl to him, and that's down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Chris Cook, unusually.
Kieran Carlson among the current squad, among those who completed a degree at the same time as playing for Glamorgan.
Get yourself an ology.
Well, it's at times perilous living, I guess, first-class cricket, and indeed a lot of professional sport.
There is Ul Hassan again. That one is punch driven really by Harry Kamen. Olasand just moves down to his left, stops the ball, and tosses it to Tim van der Hoogten to do a bit of polishing. Get some work on that ball. Try and keep it as shiny on one side as they possibly can. It's good to see the youngsters on the outfield at lunchtime. They were eventually allowed somewhere near the grass. Used to be covered outfields when I was a kid. Hassan is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kamen, taken by Cook in front of first slip. As it continued to move further away from the Derbyshire batsman, end of a maiden over. But I don't think he was ever under major threat. Harry Kamen, he's on 19, Rees has 24, Derbyshire 43 without loss. They only trail by 478 now.
Amir Bagatelle as it's probably, did you say a half-past swap over for
yes, well, if I do,
Nikesh to take over from me?
If I do my update,
yes,
then Nikesh can come in place of you, and you can go and put your feet up for 10 minutes.
Or do some writing.
Well, that's your choice, I think.
Gorvin is in to bowl. That's nicely forced off the back foot by Lewis Rees through the covers. The fleet of foot Carlson is the man in pursuit. He rather puppishly doesn't collect cleanly at the first time, like a puppy chasing a ball around, but manages to prevent them taking any more than 2 runs. 45 without loss. We're in the 21st over here on BBC Sport Online.
Trevor Freeman, who's just followed me on Twitter, that's very kind of him.
As Gorvin bowls, played by Rees up to mid-off, no run. Trevor in Dublin, is he?
Yes, I hope he's not expecting anything spectacular from me on Twitter, because it's not going to happen, but he's listening along in sunny southeast of Ireland, the sunny southeast of Ireland. Morgan needs some wickets. And he will be at Sapphire Gardens in September, which is good news. Pop up and say hello.
Steve West asked time for Glamorgan to crowd the bat more, as that is mistimed by Rees off the back foot to mid-off. I don't know, you get the feeling they're trying to frustrate Derbyshire out already. John Hughes says, are there any Derbyshire plans to resume playing fixtures at Buxton West? No stop play in 1975 in June. Buxton. Anywhere near the fixture list these days?
No.
No.
No, sadly.
As that is driven nicely through the offside by Lewis Rees. He'll enjoy having that one under his belt. Something of a wide-ish half volley, but he tucked into it nicely in the manner of Dave Fletcher demolishing a plate of pasta for lunch. Voraciously.
Voraciously, I was hungry.
Yeah. 30 to Rees, 49 for naught.
I have had a message from Joe Shakic, who was contacted us yesterday. I'm listening to the queue as well. Carry on.
As Gorvin is into bowl and turned on the leg side this time by Rees. And there's no run.
Joe says, on the subject of Billy Godleman, is there any news as to exactly what's happened to him? No. What is his contract situation? He's out of contract at the end of the season. And will he be part of the one-day squad? As I know we're a bit thin on the ground as it is. No. Hope that answers your questions, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, considering that he was averaging 33 over the 3 matches that he played with a couple of 50s, it's not the sort of form you'd expect of for someone who's completely out of the picture.
No.
Gorvin bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch by Rees, who remains 30 not out, 49 without loss, came 19. Rees 30, sundries 0.
Should we let Nikesh back in now?
That
we might
sounds
as well,
like a plan, if it works.
We'll let him back in now.
That sounds like a plan.
We have no plans here, as most people will know. The Billy Godleman situation is complicated, and we can't say much more at this stage. I'm sure everything will come out in the fullness of time. And that's it, really. But Nick's right. As is Joe, they are thin on the ground. Here is Zain Ul Hassan bowling from the racecourse end, strikes the pad of Harry Kane, dribbles out into the leg side. It'll be a leg by. There was a half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps to a ball that was clearly going down leg side, and Derbyshire's 50 is up to tumultuous applause. 12.2 overs yesterday. Glamorgan's first 50 came up. 21.1 for Derbyshire's. That's the comparison. Nikesh, how are you?
Yes, good afternoon. Very well, thank you.
Good.
And those applause, lots of school children, it looks like, over to
Yes.
our left. I had a little walk around the ground earlier.
Is it warm out there?
It's pretty warm.
Yeah, good.
It's nippy in here, isn't it, with the air
Well,
conditioning?
it was, so I switched it off, and now I'm starting to get a bit of a sweat on. It's hard work, this, isn't it? It is such hard work.
In between weather, isn't it?
I keep telling people how hard it is. One day they'll believe me. Ul Hassan in balls to Rees, who gets a full delivery, meets it on the half volley, pushes it back to the bowler. And it's sort of understandable the way Derbyshire are going, I suppose, isn't it? Really, they're not willing to take too many, apart from with their running, not willing to take many risks because what is in front of them is so enormous.
Just got about time.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily make for the most entertaining of cricket for the youngsters who are in, but Ul Hassan in again and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. I need to ask you a favour now. If you carry on commentating, I can do this update via the means of this remarkable machine that I have in front of me. So you carry on as if I was going. So there's Nikesh to talk you through the next few deliveries.
Zain Ul Hassan walks up to the top of his mark. It's been very tight indeed today. Into his 5th over, just 3 runs conceded so far. Continues here round the wicket to Rees, who drives but can't get all of that. Ball just trickles away to short extra cover, and there is no run. Just looking at the weather forecast for later on this afternoon as well. We'll probably get away with rain for most of the day. I think 5 or 6 o'clock we're expecting some, so we may have a slightly curtailed second day here, but hopefully not too much disruption as far as the match situation is concerned as Ul Hassan comes in once more. This is full, driven, a bit more firmly, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run once more. Derbyshire then still trailing by 471 runs. If you are just joining us here, Glamorgan declaring their first innings on 521 for 8. That century yesterday from Colin Ingram. The top score, 136 he made. Zain Ul Hassan, who's bowling at the moment, 69 for him. Half centuries for Kieran Carlson and Billy Root as well. And Chris Cook, 70 from just 51 as Ul Hassan's in once more. And again, this is driven by Rees to mid-on for no run to finish off the over. Derbyshire remain 50 without loss. There were some good contributions towards the end of the Glamorgan innings as well. Andy Gorvin with 20, Van der Hugton with 24, and Mitchell Swepson with 21 from just 22 as well, getting them up to that score of 521 for 8 before that declaration came just before 12:30 this afternoon. So lots of work here for Derbyshire to do, and they've done it well so far. As we were saying earlier, not been the most entertaining of starts to the innings, but home fans will appreciate the solidity of it. 50 without loss after 22 overs. It's going to be Van der Hugton back into the attack from the far end. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11 for him so far. Couple of slips in place. Here he is at the top of his mark, Van der Hugton. Runs in past the umpire, delivers, and this is just dabbed away, backward of point by Harry Kane. Can't beat the fielder there. There is no run. Mitch Swepson patrolling that backward point region. Came on 19 from 65 deliveries. Rees 30 from 67, couple of boundaries each. Fletcher back alongside.
Yeah, but, yeah,
How was it?
Inevitably asked the question about what I had for lunch. I was unable to tell her, really, Donna, because I'm not entirely sure what it was.
And he comes once more, and this is worked around the corner by Kame down towards long leg for another single. I know what I had. It was some pasta and some veggie meatballs.
Yes, yes.
With some chickpeas and things.
I saw the
floating around
chickpeas. I
in
did
there.
see the chickpeas. Yeah, well, we had some kind of stew. I didn't imagine it was beef. Heavy on the tomatoes.
Yep.
And more broccoli than you could shake a very large stick at. I mean, broccoli's all right, but it's relatively...
There's a big tub of it, wasn't there, for everyone?
Relatively tasteless, isn't it, broccoli, generally?
It's good for you, though.
Is it? Oh, well, I had
Apparently
some.
so.
Oh, I had some, so...
It's green.
Yes.
And he comes again round the wicket, Van der Houten, and this is defended into the offside by Rees.
As are the chilies and peppers I normally have on my pizza, so that's,
Yes,
that's got to be good
that's
for
true.
me, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
they are good for you.
Yeah, I thought they were good.
Oh.
They tasted good last night at about 11:30 when I finally got in. After going to Burton.
You were a spice man then?
I was, yeah,
Me too.
yeah.
I'm going to have some chilies on the pizza.
Hot and spicy every day of the week.
Good.
Every day of the week.
Love to hear it. So you go to an Indian restaurant, you're straight in for the Vindaloo, are you?
I would be. Yes. Yeah.
Van der Houten in again, and this is slightly fuller, again defended into the offside for no run.
Been because I'm staying in Sawley during the home games, and I went to Long Eaton, and they did me a pizza, this sweet and spicy, I think it's called, and I thought he was trying to kill me. It was that hot. I asked for chilies instead of peppers,
Right.
and there were a lot of chilies on it, but they were sort of hidden. So wow, it was hot.
Small green ones, I bet.
Yeah.
He comes again. This is full and this is well driven, but again, can't beat the fielder there at short extra cover. Carlson it is.
And I'm sure he won't be listening, but I did promise to say hello to Haji Ali. He's such a friendly bloke. I've been there a few times now, and he knows what I do, so he always talks cricket. And he was all over me. Well, I'm Haji Ali, and so yeah, I'm Dave. And that's it now. Every time I go in, all right, Dave. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Hopefully he is listening.
But too hot.
If he is, we could do with a pizza delivery in a couple of hours. As this is on the legs of Rees, who flicks away backward of square on the leg side, runs the first hard, and that enables them to jog through for a second as well. End of another over then. And Derbyshire tick over to 53 without loss. Looks as though the helmet is coming out for Chris Cook behind the stumps there of Glamorgan. As the two batters just take that opportunity as well with the helmet coming out to have a drink. As we said, not particularly hot, but warm enough. And they've done a lot of running in this partnership as well. Just a couple of boundaries for each of the two batters out there, Rees and Kame.
They do like to delay cricket, don't they? Well, all cricketers, batsmen or bowlers, they do enjoy a little break every now and again. It was Mitch Wagstaff.
Don't talk to me about wasting time. I commentate on the IPL for BBC on 5 Sports Extra, and those matches go on for
it goes on forever, doesn't it?
I mean, you could get 2 T20 Blast games in sometimes. 4.5 hours.
That's lunacy, isn't it? Yes, it always makes me laugh when they call it a strategic timeout. We all know it's an advert break.
Of
Come
course.
on, nobody's kidding anybody.
The thing is, the clock ticks down. It's meant to be 2.5 minutes. It is closer to 10 minutes.
Gorvin begins a new over. The first one is outside the off stump, left alone. Cook, who is standing up, takes. Harry Kame on strike. Yes, I noticed. I'm not sure if it was the one in America or the T10 in Zimbabwe. I think it might have been the T10 that had a strategic timeout.
Yeah, 10 over game.
It's only a 10 over game.
Oh, dear.
What kind of strategy are you going to...
Just whack it harder.
Yeah.
Basically.
There's some good players playing in that. I was surprised as Gorvin's next delivery is pushed into the offside by Harry Kame.
See, that's where they're all going. We were talking about some of the great international players who have come over and played county cricket for both of these teams as well, and you just don't see it as much these days with those top-tier players because they're off playing T20 cricket in one of these leagues, or T10 cricket indeed, as you said.
Well, I didn't even know it was on. I just sort of stumbled across it on Freeview, as was. The next delivery from Gorvin is pushed into the offside by Kame. There is no run. And on Sunday at Harare Sports Club, they had 4 matches of T10 cricket all in a row. So good entertainment. I think most of the teams played twice. They can't all have done because I think there are 7 teams in this. There are teams from there is a team from Durban there, or nominally from Durban. As Gorvin bowls and Kame gets almost squared up by that one. He's looking to push it on the onside. It goes out to Al-Hassan on the offside. He's filling in the covers.
Makes me laugh that. There's an Abu Dhabi T10 which takes place every year. They've got teams from Pakistan, they've got teams from India. Those teams will have never played in their home countries.
You'll remember a few years back, 53 without loss here, as Gorvin bowls to Kame and he pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. They had that sort of Champions League of...
Yes, all the T20 champions.
The problem being that some of the players had played for 2 or 3 teams who were in the Champions League, which is a bit unfortunate. It was a really nice concept.
It was, and I think it probably would have gained a lot more popularity had it kicked off a couple of years after it did. But at the time, the standard around the world wasn't always the same.
Yes. Kame pushes this next. Gorvin delivery out into the offside. Once again, every delivery seems to have gone there. End of the over. A maiden. And Derbyshire remain 53 without loss with Kame on 20 and Rees on 32. And the other problem they have now is not only do a lot of players play for a lot of different teams, but where on earth would you put it in the calendar now when there's something on all the time?
Yeah. It had a nice trophy as well. It was actually like the European Champions League football trophy with the big ears and same sort of size as well.
Did Sussex go to that?
Sussex have been, Surrey have been, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think it lasted more than 3 seasons.
No.
So we see Van der Houten continuing from the far end, and this one is left alone outside off stump by Rees, who shaped up to cut at that one. And left alone through to Chris Cook.
Harsh from Shane Dolan, who's listening in America. Pittsburgh, Shane listens from, and he's listening to the cricket, doing his best to understand it.
Well, stay with us. We'll try and explain it the best we can.
Not sure I understand it most of the time.
And a Hooten in once more, and this is punched off the back foot to short extra cover for no run. Well, it's more difficult when you get all these different formats coming in. The T10s, the 100. More complicated as the years go on for all these youngsters.
I'll tell you what they had in the T10, a floating batting power play. I have no idea. And I watched 2 or 3 matches, and by the end of it, I had no further idea what on earth was going on.
So you don't have any power play at the start?
There was a power play at the start, but then there was a floating...
1 over or something? Van der Houten in again, and once more defended for no run.
2 at the start, and then 1 over floating.
So 3 out of 7. That's about right, isn't it?
It'd be
3 out of 10.
It'd be 6 in 20, isn't it? 6 over power play in T20. So it's the right proportion. It was this floating one, and they suddenly said, "Oh, it's the umpire signal." The umpire at the start of play put his hands above his head and crossed his arms. I had no idea what that was about. What is that all about? Come on.
And Hooten in once more, and this is edged and taken. Well, there's a big appeal anyway. I don't think he did get anything on it in the end. Squared him up, that one. Rees, who looks around to the keeper in the slip cordon as if to say, what are you guys going on about?
He's just tapped his left pad, Lewis Rees, as well, to indicate to his captain for next season, David Lloyd, that I don't edge those, Lloydie. You know me, you can count on me. Leave me as opener. I know you're an opener, and so's Harry, but I want to open next season. Both of these 2 Derbyshire batsmen actually signed new 2-year contracts recently, so they will both be in Lloyd's side.
And he comes again, Van der Houten. They look for a quick single this time into the offside, but it's not there. The ball trickling away to extra cover once more.
It is an interesting dynamic, isn't it, when you've got potentially, I mean, he's the Derbyshire player next season. That's already been announced on a 3-year deal, David Lloyd, coming up to County Ground. We think he'll be the captain, although that isn't nailed on. And yet he's captain in Glamorgan, who are going for promotion against his new side, who are clearly not going for promotion. Must be strange for him to play again in September.
Comes Van der Gooten once more, and again, just knocked into the offside for no run. And another over, a maiden there from Van der Gooten, and Derbyshire still 53 without loss, still trailing by 468 runs. I suppose silver lining for somebody like David Lloyd coming in to this side. Everything is a bonus. Any kind of wins he can pick up next season. You can point to the fact that he's already come in and made a change.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yes, he's going to have almost a blank canvas, you would have thought. David Lloyd next season. There was a very long conversation on yesterday morning before play between David Lloyd and Mickey Arthur. The kind of conversation that, if he hadn't already signed, would suggest that he was going to. Here's Andy Gorvin from the racecourse and bowling to Harry Kane. Thick outside edge, ball goes to point. The Morgan players all stand and look at each other before the ball is eventually propelled all the way round back to the bowler's end. The last 5 overs have yielded 10 runs, as this game has almost ground to a halt. As long as it remains for none, Derbyshire will be pleased. But they need to score runs as well. Gets one down the leg side. It's not taken cleanly by Cook. It was quite a sharp delivery from Gorvin. I'm not sure I'd want to be standing up if I was the wicket keeper. I'm not sure I'd want to be a wicket keeper.
I was made to do it for a season or two. It's that kind of age where I was sort of 15 years old, just breaking into second team cricket, and the only space for me to actually play was to be a keeper.
Corvin's in again. That one is pushed into the onside this time. Goes straight to Billy Root, and there's no run.
The only thing I enjoyed about it at that age, obviously you're young, you're keen, you want to be involved in the game at all points, and you're kind of always focused on every delivery. I hated standing up to the medium paces.
Yeah. It's no fun, is it?
No.
You have to if you can't get it in your hands, you have to put your body in the way.
Exactly.
That's not good for anybody. Gorvin in rather again, and that one is turned down the leg side off something, probably pad, judging by umpire Baldwin. He's given the pre-signal, and he's gone through with it as well. Leg by, signalled 54 without loss. Harry Kane remains on 20. Both batsmen have now faced 77 deliveries. Kane has 20, Rees has 32. So Harry Kane's got 1 century this season. Wasn't in the side at the start of the campaign. Nor was Lewis Rees, who's got 3 half-centuries, all of them against Durham. Gorvin bowls. Oof. That one goes, I don't know where it went actually, ended up on the floor. It sounded like it had hit bat. Whether it had gone into the wicket-keeper's pads, I'm not sure. We don't have the benefit. Well, we could have a replay if I could be bothered. Don't have the benefit of replays inside the commentary box here. So what we see is what we say. I just think people forget that. He's Gorvin to complete his over, and it's a full one that's driven towards him by Lewis Rees. There was a run from it. It was a leg by, but that's another maiden. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10 for Andy Gorvin, and that is 3 successive maidens now. And if you thought the runs had dried up when I last mentioned it, in the last 5 overs they've scored 5 runs now. 1 run and over. It'll never replace entertainment.
54 from 156 deliveries. Harry Kane in particular has gone into his shell a little bit. 20 from 77 balls. Proper old school red ball cricket.
Yes, it is.
Forget all the baseball.
Yeah. We shouldn't decry it, really.
Van der Houten continues, and this one is just knocked into the offside by Kame. Full delivery, well forward to it.
My thanks to Phil Clement, who has sent in an email, clearly a Glamorgan supporter. Without Nisa, Glamorgan haven't got the attack to both sides out. Their batting's been superb, even without Labuschagne. And I'm sure with Nisa we would already be promoted, which is quite a bold claim, but perhaps they'd be slightly closer to Durham, who have been the outstanding side in the second division this season. Thank you, Phil.
This one is just outside off stump and defended off the back foot this time by Kame for no run. Michael Nisa, unlucky not to be in the side, we don't think, for the 5th Ashes Test. Given his current form, he's got a massive cult following in Australia. Michael Nisa, the hashtag Nisa must play, has been doing the rounds for the last 18 months or so.
How did he get into that attack, though?
That's the only problem. Van der Houten goes full once more, and this time it's flicked into the leg side for no run by Kame. I mean, they've done well, Australia, to keep a pretty consistent attack, not only for this series, but over the last year or so, really. They've very little change. Sometimes you have the Boland Hazelwood question, sometimes Stark might miss out, but generally it's 4 out of those 5, isn't it?
They've been thrown a curveball with Nathan Lyon's injury, haven't they?
Indeed. Van der Houten continues, and wrapped on the pads this time is Kame, looking to turn one around the corner. All thuds into the pitch for no run. Lyon, certainly Australia's second greatest ever spinner, stats would suggest, and was an ever-present up until this injury throughout his career. 130 odd test matches or whatever without missing one.
Remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. And came out to bat with one leg.
Van der Houten again, and again forward in defences Kame. Brave, but slightly stupid as well at the same time, given his age and given the fact that, you know, that could have been a career ender if something else had gone wrong while he was out there trying to bat.
And he did, as batsmen who were injured do. He set off for singles, didn't he? Which is just an instinct which can't have helped him.
Van der Houten to complete the over, beats the edge, or is there a thin feather on that? There's a massive appeal for a catch behind, umpire not interested. Van der Houten can't believe it, neither can Chris Cook behind the stumps. Harry Kame survives. Derbyshire still 54 without loss. Another sharp delivery, that one. A bit of extra pace and bounce. Whizzing past the outside edge in the end. Couldn't hear any kind of sound from here in any case.
No, I didn't hear anything, but quite often you don't. When you really got to have a microphone, you got to have a stump mic, really, haven't you, to get the full effect. As good as the directional microphone I have sticking out of an open window is, it's not quite out in the middle. So Kame survives as Gorvin begins a new over. That's down the leg side, an appeal for a catch from Cook behind the stumps, half-hearted from the bowler, which is often a giveaway. Van der Houten takes off his cap and shouts a word of encouragement as he walks away, often a sign of frustration. Rubs his hands through his hair. I don't remember him being as blonde as this before, but I'll have to ask Nick if he's always been this fair. Not that I want to talk about hair very often, as Gorvin bowls to Lewis Rees, pushes it into the onside. There's no run.
Got some fine hair going on there.
Well, yes.
On your chin.
None of it's on the head, though, is it? Yeah.
Do you do into all the beard grooming, or
No.
just leave it natural?
No, it's just a mess.
No oils
it's
and things.
Mess, really. I hope to take it off. Several people have advised me that I should take it off.
So is that the the maximum length it goes, or you give it a little trim now and again?
Yeah, I do give it a little trim every so often. Yeah, this one is defended by Rees back towards Gorvin. I was told that if you trim it, it'll grow quicker, but that's clearly not the case. If you trim it, it just gets shorter.
Yes,
obviously. And,
I've not gone for the full beard ever, but today is the first day I've shaved in about a month or so. I've been leaving stubble and just trimming the stubble. I just find it easier and looks okay.
Absolutely.
It's neat enough.
Well, if it's good enough for David Harrison next door. He's got the stubble going on in there. He's got a similar hair style to mine as well. The Glamorgan coach. In comes this next delivery from Gorvin, strikes the pad going down leg side. I fancy kept a bit low. So there have been 3 appeals in the last handful of deliveries, which will certainly encourage the Glamorgan bowlers. Of course, if they keep being turned down, that will just merely frustrate them, which could work in Derbyshire's favour. Trying to become all amateur psychologists here. Somebody's mentioned me yet. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Sorry, I was slightly distracted by a message from one of the nation's top journalists, Nick Owen, who is a Derbyshire supporter. I assume he means football when he asks me. I shall endeavour to reply. In comes Gorvin again. Bowls to Rees, who defends this one. Up towards mid-on, when it's fielded by Colin Ingram, who is no longer in the slip cordon as they are down to 2 slips now. Glamorgan end of the over. Another maiden, of course.
Tell you what I did do, facial hair-wise. I did Movember.
Oh, yes.
Last year. This isn't great radio. I've just found a picture to show you.
Oh, excellent.
Of,
excellent. I'll do it.
Day 30.
Oh, my word. That is splendid. That's very Merv Hughes, isn't it?
Yes, I was going for the Merv Hughes / Mitchell Johnson kind of look.
I like that.
Probably need another few months for Merv.
Yes, his is splendid, isn't it, even now?
Absolutely. Sitting in the crowd with his tour parties, here to watch the Ashes as Van der Houten continues, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. Got quite itchy though towards the end.
Yes.
There's that in between kind of length.
Can get irritating at times. Bits of food in it.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Even I was finding that after just 1 month.
It's not ideal.
No.
Not ideal at all. Runs in the last 5 overs, 1.
Van der Houten goes full, and this is driven, and there's another. At least another. It should be 2. In fact, it's driven out towards deep cover. Bit of a chase on, a relay effort in the field. And Ulhassen with the throw in eventually after a couple of welcome runs for Harry Kane. Seems to have been stuck on 20 for quite some time. He's on 22 now from 85.
He hadn't scored from his last 16 deliveries. Certainly, Manuel Lewis Rees hasn't scored from his last 14. So the only run that had come in the previous 5 overs was a leg by.
Still got 2 slips in place here. Van der Houten, who goes outside the off stump, a little bit too wide to interest Kane on that occasion, who just shoulders arms.
I'm not even sure you'd call this attritional.
No.
It's beyond attritional. They're just hanging in there, these two, not trying not to take any risks. And so far, so good. They seem to have sorted their running out by not running, which has pretty much sorted it
It's
out.
one way to do it.
Yeah, I know it works, doesn't it? It works.
Newton in again, very full this time, and driven straight to mid-on, off the toe end of the bat, no run. Just bring up the Division 2 table. Of course, we
Must we?
we know where Derbyshire are, unfortunately.
we'll
There's
know.
only a point in it. Gloucestershire just a point ahead as things stand. All quite tight there at the top of the table, apart from Durham, who are head and shoulders above the rest on 167 points. But just the 2 points separating Leicestershire on 111 and Sussex on 113, as this one's defended into the offside for no run. So you've got Leicestershire, Worcestershire, both
quickly
played
you can
10.
do maths. Are you good at maths?
Well, depends what.
Somebody told me that Sussex were closer to Derbyshire than they were to Durham. Thank you very much. That should keep Nikesh quiet for a couple of minutes anyway.
Tell you what, let me commentate on this next
yeah,
ball.
Yeah, you do that. You do that. You do that.
And then we'll give it a go.
It's something I really should have checked out myself and not just thrown you under the bus with.
You know, I'll try and do it without the calculator on my phone as well.
Oh, that would be impressive.
Van der Houten to completely over. Goes outside the off stump, pushed out towards point, and he was on his way there. Came looking for a quick single, was sent back pretty quickly. So dot ball to finish off. Another over. Derbyshire 56 without loss, and let's give this a go then.
I've just got to nick off for a moment because I can hear the news in my ears, so I'll be back shortly.
So Derbyshire 75 points, Sussex 113. So we've got 25 to 100, 35, 38 points, the gap there. And Durham 167. So I'll make that 44 points. Clear Durham at the top of the table. Let's confirm this with the old calculator. So we see the start of another over here from Gorvin round the wicket, and this is short and wide. It's cut away, but straight to backward point. Good effort in the field there, diving low down to his right to prevent any runs. So 54 points, in fact. The gap there between Sussex and Durham.
Well, it's huge. It's much bigger, isn't it?
Yeah, much bigger.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? Team in second is probably a match and a half behind second place, and second place is 2.5 games behind. Gorvin bowls to Rees, who pushes it back towards him. No run.
The only other team that's won more than 2 games is Worcestershire.
Yeah.
They've lost a couple as well, and drawn the 5 on 111 points. Whereas you see Sussex and Glamorgan, they've only won 1 each, but they've not lost either, so they've drawn all the rest. And
that table includes the points for the current round of matches as well on Cricket Info, doesn't it? This next delivery is driven by Lewis Rees. A decent looking, oh dear, Tim van der Hoogten's dived over the top of it, and that's going to be 4 runs. He didn't cover himself in glory there, the Glamorgan bowling all-rounder. He's sort of got a rueful smile on his face. Well, it's not really a smile. He's got his hands on his hips now. He's not particularly happy with himself. This is James Harris is on the field wearing 9 as well as a substitute fielder. 60 without loss. Rees moves on to 36. But that was probably a shot that was worth 1. That ended up giving him 4. And the 5th boundary of Derbyshire's innings. Gorvin in again and bowls. Too many defends this next one. Bowler picks up in his follow through. There were 73 4s and 5 6s in the Glamorgan innings of 521 for 8 declared. So Derbyshire have got some way to go to match that. The 50 partnership between these two took them 78 minutes, 127 balls. But they're still there. And that is very much the main thing. There is a fielder off at the moment as Gorvin bowls, and Rees swings the bat at that one. It's fielded by James Harris, who I assume is on for Billy Root, who will be the man putting on the fielding pads away to our left-hand side. So we might be about to see some Mitch Swepson. The unmistakable Dutch tones of Tim van der Hoogten, or Australian, or South African, wherever he was from. I'm not entirely sure where he was from, actually. This next delivery is driven, and that's 4 more. That was about as good a shot as we've seen this afternoon. Out towards the extra cover boundary in front of the marquee away to our right-hand side. 2 boundaries off and over. 64 without loss. Rees has raced on to 40. And Harry Kane is still on 22. It was wrong of me to suggest that Van der Hoogten was from anywhere without actually knowing where he was born. Yeah, I thought it was an Australian accent. He was born on Upper North Shore in Sydney. Very nice too. He is very much, or has been very much, part of the Netherlands setup. The Netherlands team that's qualified for the next World Cup.
Indeed, yeah.
Thanks in no small part to former Derbyshire overseas. I mean, he wasn't an overseas, he would have been an associate, wouldn't he? So, Logan Van Beek, a couple of seasons here. Top man.
And to continue here into Kame, who drives only as far as mid-on for no run. And no West Indies.
No, that is a shame, isn't it?
It is, but it just goes to show the decline, really. And we were talking about franchise cricket, weren't we? And I think that has had a massive part to play in the decline of West Indies cricket, because even in the previous generation, where you had the likes of Chris Gale and Dwayne Bravo, Andre Russell, Sunil Narine, all these great limited overs players, they weren't contracted to the West Indies Cricket Board because of more money elsewhere, as Van der Hoogten is in, and this is flicked just wide of mid-on this time, and that's going to race away close to the boundary there. It's a good bit of fielding to haul it back in, and Kame gets back through for 3 runs. Did look for a moment as though it might be another boundary. 67 without loss now, Derbyshire.
One of the players in that T10 is the Spice Man, Fletcher. He doesn't play any international cricket, I don't think at all. He's just travelling around the world earning money. And who can blame him?
And Houghton back round the wicket here to Rees. Just defends back down the pitch for no run. I think the most disappointing thing, though, in recent times has been whenever these big competitions do come up, like T20 World Cups or 50-over World Cups, usually, you know, you look at the 2016 T20 World Cup where the West Indies famously beat England in the final with those 4 sixes from Carlos Brathwaite. All the big guns were available for that, despite not being available for most of the year. But then in more recent times, the likes of Sunil Narine have made themselves unavailable for even the World Cups.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten is in again, and this is guided down towards third man. Runs the first one quickly, but they will just have to settle for the single.
It always reminds me of international swimming relays, where the sort of second string gets you to the final, though, and then they bring the big guns in, and they take all the glory. I know that in swimming, if you compete in the semi-finals or whatever, you get a medal if your team gets one, but it's not quite the same, is it? No. To get your team there and then not play. But something has to be done, otherwise international cricket will just perish. Imagine India, England and Australia being the only 3 teams playing each other all the time.
Certainly in Test cricket that could happen, as Van der Hoogten's in again. This one's left alone outside off by Kame, just nipped back a touch after it pitched. I mean, you look at maybe New Zealand might be a 4th side who may carry on Test cricket beyond some of the other nations, but there's just no money in it at the moment. And I suppose the distribution of wealth from the ICC, that's a big talking point.
Isn't that?
There is the argument that India brings in the most wealth to the game and they get the biggest slice. But then how is that going to sustain the likes of Sri Lanka, the West Indies, Pakistan, South Africa, and so on? This one is flicked away, just wide of mid-wicket. Should get a comfortable couple there, they do.
Derbyshire are racing along now, so I think I ought to get out of the way.
70 without loss now.
Yeah, they'll soon be in the lead. Nick Webb's going to come back in my place. I'll come back at some point. If we had a rotor, I'd be able to tell you what it was, but I've absolutely no idea, and nobody really cares.
Have a breather. Do your next Derby update, and then we'll have you back on. So there's a change in bowling here, and it is going to be Mitchell Swepson into the attack with his leg spin. From our end here at the media centre. So Nick Webb is back alongside. Afternoon.
Afternoon. This should liven up proceedings a little bit, provide a bit of variety. After I walked around the ground very slowly, and I think Derbyshire scored 16 runs in the course of that, and the score's simply stuck on 54 for ages.
Racing along now, though, 70 from 186, the partnership. 2 boundaries in and over for Lewis Rees.
Dave Fletcher's come over all unnecessary and gone off to lie down. Is this my over?
This is yours.
Swepson then from this racecourse end, as umpire Bainton decides that he is in the wrong place because he can't see through Billy Root's rear at short leg, so he moseys off to point. Swepson bowls, Rees back on his stumps, nurdles one down to square leg. They go through for a hasty single. There's no shot at the stumps from McIlroy. 71 without loss, Derbyshire. In this 32nd over, we've got a further 40 to bowl today after this, which means another 8 till tea, in around about there for half an hour's time. With Swepson bowling, they should get through them reasonably rapidly. Swepson brings his backward square leg up to position about 30 metres from the bat, but fires the next delivery in, and Came on the back foot, defends. Came the more passive partner. Both have faced now 94 balls. Came has 27, Rees has 42. Swepson in, tosses this one up slightly, and forward comes Came to defend. Before today, Swepson had 12 wickets at an average of 35. He's done a lot of bowling in the last couple of weeks, as this one is lofted over long on and will reach the boundary, as Came went on the offensive and thought the introduction of Swepson would potentially make things happen. With the fielder down beneath us, Van der Hoogten looking interested for a while. It wasn't perfectly timed, but it was timed well enough to get Harry Came 4 runs.
It went really high up in the air, didn't it? Which gave the impression there was just half a chance to be had potentially. But in the end, almost clearing all the way to the boundary there at long on.
So, 75 for naught. Swepson bowls, played off the back foot into the point area. Well intercepted by McIlroy. And there's no run. Glamorgan with their second Australian leg spinner of recent weeks after using Peter Hatzoglu of Perth Scorchers in the T20 Blast. And the next delivery played by Came out on the leg side. I see Hatzoglu is now playing a T10 competition in Zimbabwe, such as the globe-trotting life of the franchise cricketer. Did decently enough for Glamorgan in the T20, but it was a time when their attack was not looking particularly strong as a whole.
We were just talking about the T10 in Zimbabwe. Dave was watching a little bit. Apparently some big-name players taking part in that. It's a shame not to see. I mean, this is another reason we were talking about the great names that have played for Glamorgan in the past, and we're just not going to see that in county cricket in years to come, just because of all the different competitions going on around the world. As Van der Hoogten continues from the far end, and this one is left alone outside the off stump by Rees. T10, the various T20 competitions going on. There's the 60, isn't there, which started last year in the Caribbean. I don't know if that's going to carry on this year or not. Caribbean Premier League, of course, will be coming up at some point soon.
Yes, our Welsh-based journalist Peter Miller is in charge of comms for that league. We keep on ribbing him about why he prefers the Caribbean to the One Day Cup in Neath.
Hookton in again, and this one is guided only as far as backward point, no run. I mean, jetting off to the Caribbean and a bit of island hopping, not such a bad life, is it?
I would imagine not. I'd like to have a taste of that, but there we are.
Never been on a pre-season tour with Glamorgan.
Unfortunately, the budget hasn't stretched that at BBC Wales. Well, I've been in the job in the last 10 years anyway. Might have just about afford to get us to Spain. I think one or two of my colleagues have gone out to film, but that's about it when they've been at La Manga.
This one beats the outside edge. Almost squared up, has a little feel at that one. Rees outside the off stump.
Glamorgan did get out to Zimbabwe, in fact, for pre-season in March, which was a first time they'd been away since pre-COVID for March, and I think they felt the benefits of it. There's some solid performances in Championship cricket in the first block.
I mean, it's just actually playing warm weather cricket against decent competition can make a difference. And Hookton in once more, and this is full and defended into the onside for no run.
Yes, they were largely playing local club selections. I think they won all their matches there, but they were given a decent test in a couple of them. And in a way, that's the best way to go, really, but to get a bit of a testing, but to get the confidence from winning. But since then, it's been a draw fest for one reason or another in the Championship for Glamorgan. 9 out of 10 matches drawn.
Same with Sussex as well, as this one is full and flicked away powerfully out towards deep square leg. That's going to race away towards the covers for 4 runs, and may well just stop right underneath those blue covers over to our right. Bit of an effort here, perhaps, for Billy Root to crawl under the covers, as he is right now.
The things a professional cricketer has to do.
Grab the ball. He's done well to get underneath there, hasn't he?
Well, he's quite a slim chap, isn't he, Root? He's crawling out.
Don't think I could squeeze through that gap there, but he's done well. He's found the ball and he throws it back in. Well done, Billy Root.
Crawling out on his belly.
Got one of the ground staff over there, just hovering quite close to the covers. There was never any offer to help Billy Root out there. So another boundary to Derbyshire, 79 without loss now. Lewis Rees on to 46 from 99. Hookton then at the top of his mark. Runs in now past the umpire, delivers, and again onto the pads of Rees, who this time can't flick this one past mid-wicket. Dot ball to finish off another over there with Derbyshire still 79 without loss, trailing by 442 runs. 39 overs remaining in the day's play. So we tick ever closer to the tea interval. There's 32 overs remaining when tea will be taken.
Yeah, it's clouded in this afternoon, isn't it? No blue sky overhead at the moment, but most of the cloud is fairly high, so we should be all right as Swepson goes into his 3rd over from this racecourse end, from which we are watching, as he's into bowl to Kame, who squirts one past Root at short leg to square leg.
Seeing there's a 70% chance of rain in the next couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. There has been some drifting in from the west of the country.
Swepson bowls, turned again to backward short leg, backward square leg by Kame, no run. Yes, we had a 20-minute delay last night, which meant we actually finished about 7 o'clock in bright sunshine. Swepson 2 Kame, short leg and slip in attendance, tosses that one up, turns, but from outside off stump, further away. And Kame just looks at it going past. 79 for naught. Swepson turns that one, but again it's starting outside off stump and turning further away.
I like this field as well. It's there's nobody really out sweeping, and in fact the one man that was sweeping out there at deep cover has just been brought in on the single as well, just tempting the Derbyshire batters. Fired
in by Swepson and again deflected to backward square by Came.
We did see the one in the previous over which Came hit over the top, didn't quite time it but timed it well enough for a 1 bounce 4.
Will he be tempted again? Swepson sidling in bowls, bit of air there again. Came stretching forward. Defending, no run. Maiden over, 3 overs 0 for 9. Mitch Swepson, Derbyshire. 79 without loss of 34 overs. This in reply to Glamorgan's 521 for 8. Declared elsewhere in Division 2 at Scarborough, Yorkshire are 300 for 7 in the 80th over against Durham. Adam Lythe made 111. 3 wickets for Matty Potts. And the first day of Gloucestershire against Worcestershire at Cheltenham, Worcestershire 228 for 7. Half centuries from Roderick and Waite. Something of a surprise that, because it was definitely a batsman's paradise when Glamorgan played there last week.
Jamie McElroy back into the attack from the far end. Comes in, bowls, and Rees cuts away into the ground, into the offside. No run. Straight out towards point there. Not a full round of Division 2 games taking place at the moment. A few games in Division 1 as well. A reminder that you can listen to every ball of every game in the County Championship across both divisions on the BBC Sport website and app.
Ball check time. Umpire Bainton looks unhappy with the state of the current ball, and Glamorgan will be probably pleased with that, since even though it's replaced by another of similar age and appearance, by the mysteries of ball science, sometimes they can behave differently.
Indeed, yes. We see it quite often, don't we? And we see it a lot in Test cricket these days, particularly in England, with players pleading with umpires every so often to try and change the ball, and you see it going through those metal hoops. It's meant to go through one and not through the other. If that doesn't happen, then there usually is a change in ball, and so often we see the replaced ball doing a little bit more. So McElroy just sorting out his landing footmarks there. Just see the breeze picking up a touch more, looking at the flags over at the far side of the ground.
Yeah, still pleasant conditions out there for viewing. A little bit of breeze around, as you say. Went for a circuit of the ground, during which very few runs were scored.
Still lots of kids in, over to our left in particular?
No, I think most of them had disappeared, to be honest.
There were a few behind us, weren't they, playing
there's
on the green?
There's a few still playing. Not sure if there's any on the area out to our right behind the hospitality units, but probably about half a day of a championship match is all you can reasonably expect at that sort of age.
Just good to see them in the first place. So we do have the replacement ball out there. It's in the hands of Jamie McElroy, who is at the top of his mark now. And he comes left arm over. This one is again left alone. A few oohs and ahs from the Glamorgan players out there in the middle. I'm not sure if the ball did anything particularly different.
No, but you've got to try and create the impression of drama, haven't you?
David Lloyd feigning to loosen up as well there at first slip after seeing that delivery from Jamie McIlroy.
Yeah, Lloyd has tended to underbowl himself. Hasn't really bowled consistently since the first few games of the season. Well, he was out injured for a while, but hasn't bowled since returning.
McIlroy in once more. This is Fuller. It's driven. It's straight to mid-off. No run.
And
Often
does
the
he...
thing with the captain, isn't it, who bowls?
Looking back at his career stats with Glamorgan, they're not that startling, to be honest, overall, but he's played so many different roles within the sides during his 12 years in the first team. I mean, he started off batting about 8 and being a second change seamer.
McIlroy in once more, again left alone by Rees outside off.
Then moved up to the middle order and concentrated more on batting, and would probably have scored an awful lot more runs batting at 5 or 6 in the last couple of years, but was asked to move up to championship opener by Matthew Maynard, in addition to his white ball opening duties as well.
McIlroy delivers again. This time it's punched off the back foot out towards mid-off for no run. But it will be interesting to see how Glamorgan go without David Lloyd. They will miss him. I'm sure Derbyshire will benefit from his skills over the next few years. Here comes McIlroy once more, and he thinks about having a feel at that outside off stump, leaves alone at the last minute Lewis Rees to complete another over there, and another maiden for Glamorgan. Derbyshire still 79 without loss, trailing by 442. Any signings on the horizon for Glamorgan?
I've heard a whisper or two, but nothing that can reveal with any certitude on air. There will be 1 or 2 departures at the end of the season. Quite a few players out of contract, and well, it must be slightly concerning for Glamorgan supporters not to have any announcements to date on further renewals of contracts. As Zain Ul Hassan, I mean, he's on a 1-year deal at the moment, and will no doubt be offered another one, I would have thought. Funky warm-up.
Very funky
Looks
indeed,
as though he's
yes.
throwing shapes down the club there. As Ul Hassan is in to bowl, and his first ball is noodled down to third man by Kame for a single.
He's got a very sort of quick run-up, fast arm action as well. Reminds me a lot of Ravi Bopare's, maybe obviously quicker than Ravi Bopare is now. Neither of them express, but they give the impression that they're going to be express.
He has a lot of preparation for Ul Hassan, isn't there? The former Worcestershire Academy man who went round a load of counties in the last couple of years. He's coming right arm round to the left-handed Rees, who drives straight to point. No run. 36th over of the innings, 80 without loss on the board. So the scoring rate well under 2.5 runs an over. Well, Glamorgan's tactics of frustration work. What was it? 16 for naught at lunch. So only 64 scored in the afternoon session. About what, an hour and 50 minutes now.
2.27 current run rate.
It's not Bazball. Al Hassan bowls wide, cut away and parried at point by Carlson. Rees thought about the single, but Carlson had taken most of the pace off the ball and was able to recover quickly.
I think it's proper red ball cricket. You tick around at 2, 2.5 and over, and then by the end of the innings you pick up the pace, 3 and over. Job done, right? That's how it used to go.
Dynamism. 80 without loss. As Al Hassan in to bowl, thick edge from Kame down to third man for a single, 81 without loss. What also seems to have gone out of fashion is the agreed run chase on the final day.
Yes.
There haven't been that many of them around this season, even though they've changed the point system back to just 5 for the draw.
Yep. There's been a lot of draws here this season in Division 2.
Al Hassan over the wicket to Kame, who steps forward, plays no shot. It goes through low down to Chris Cook. Last couple of weeks, Glamorgan's game at home to Leicestershire and then away to Gloucestershire. We've had the post-match interviews on the final day, in which both sides say there were discussions on declarations, and each blames the other for suggesting something unrealistic, and they couldn't meet in the middle. Forward comes Kame, defends back to Al Hassan. It seems early in the game to be talking about such scenarios, since we're not likely to lose too much, hopefully, to bad weather, but you do wonder how anyone's going to take 20 wickets on this pitch. We've only had 8 so far, and we're nearly through 5 sessions.
Indeed.
Al Hassan bowling with 2 slips, 5 saving the single, and through outside off stump. Tidy, but no more. Al Hassan has conceded just the 7 in his 6 overs. There's lots of maidens clocking up on that electronic scorecard on our screen. But 83 for no wicket, and Derbyshire will be just looking at that nought and happy with it.
As a result, the over 8 at the moment, +1. All those maidens in there. Rees on 47 from 109. Harry Kame 32 from 108. And, if they continue to play like this in particular, it is going to be difficult for Glamorgan to create those opportunities. We did have that little passage of play where there were 3 or 4 appeals as McIlroy continues here into Rees, who defends into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, I was on my way around the ground when those happened. Was any of them particularly close from this angle?
I don't think so. There was clearly one from this end which was going down the leg side with Rees on strike on that occasion, that LBW. There was an appeal for a catch behind from this end as well. Rees trying to flick one towards the leg side as McIlroy's in again, and this has been cut into the ground in the offside no run. I can't remember what the third one was. Another catch behind from with the rule against Rees, actually. And Rees was facing, as he is from this end. Van der Hoogten with, on that occasion, thinking that he found the outside edge. And there was a bit of a sound, but I think it came off the pad of Rees on that occasion. So not particularly close, but opportunities created as this one is cut high up into the air and bounces just short of third man. Rees gets himself another single.
The inevitable shouts of catch it from the infield whenever the ball passes anywhere in the air. It's heartening to see that professional cricketers are just as prone to that as amateur idiots at the level that I play.
I mean, that's the objective, isn't it? If the ball goes in the air, you need somebody shouting it at you as McIlroy comes around the wicket here to Harry Kame. It's defended into the offside, no run.
As if he were completely unaware.
Oh, sorry, I was going to drop that one, but now that you've mentioned it, let's try and catch it. And one thing the only thing I do understand is the calling if a two field is in the vicinity or more than two. As McElroy is in, and this is flicked backward of square on the leg side. Kane runs the first one quickly and make it safely back for two. But you've always got to say your name, haven't you? There's no use saying mine, particularly when there's three of you. You're all leaving it for each other. There's been some constant water dripping from the level above us.
It's odd, isn't it?
There's a little balcony area just above
What's going
our
on
commentary
there?
position. And every now and again, it's just got a little bit heavier now. I mean, there's no rain at the moment here. I don't know if there's some sort of leak or somebody spilt something up there. It's been happening on and off all morning and into the afternoon as McElroy is in. This is again defended for no run by Kane.
Well, it was happening yesterday, but so I presume there's some sort of pipe that's leaking, but I can't imagine why there would be a water pipe anyway on a gantry.
No. End of another over then. Derbyshire 86 without loss, trailing by 435. Maybe Dave Fletcher knows the reason behind that.
Dave Fletcher knows everything. He's letting us down. Well, we've seen one patient and laborious half-century in this match from Zain Ul Hassan, who took 148 balls to reach 50. Rees has faced 112 so far, make that 113 as he defends Ul Hassan out on the offside, fielded by Arut, who has the exciting job of running around at cover with the wicket-keeping style pads on underneath his flannels, because he's liable to field at short leg at any moment. So 86 without loss. 70 have been accumulated gradually in this afternoon session by Rees and Kame. Rees on 48, faces up to Ul Hassan and plays that one into the offside, where the shout of "Go on, Bill" will tell you that Mr. Root is in action once more, swapping passes with Chris Cook and then rather spoiling the effect by dropping the return ball. So 5 boundaries so far for Lewis Rees. He's hit 3 50s before that this season. He's averaging 36.8 coming into this match, which is now slightly higher. Ul Hassan bowls and a drive from Rees. I thought for a moment there was a bit of deviation, must have been just movement away from the batters. Cook took it low down.
Yeah, I think that one angled in from around the wicket and just nipped away off the seam as it whizzed past the outside edge. And he dived down, didn't he, Cook, to take that. It sort of died on him at the last moment, the ball, which gave the impression there may have been a bit of bat involved, which took some of the pace out of the ball.
Yeah, it's not going through with any height at the moment as Rees defends on the leg side. No run.
Slow and low is how I remember it. Dave Fletcher was joking about me knowing the conditions out there, having played here, what, 5 years ago now.
Yeah, you've played here. What's the pitch like?
But it was slow and low that night as well.
As Ul Hassan sets off again to Lewis Rees on 48. Drives handsomely into the offside. It's not his 50 because it's straight at Carlson at point. Would that have been your first experience of playing under lights?
Under lights, yeah, it was. Great experience.
Not something that most club cricketers think about.
No. Especially from my era, into my late 30s now, and
a mere youngster. In comes Al Hassan, and this one will be the half century as it's cut away nicely by Lewis Rees through the offside. They'll go back for a couple of runs. Kieran Carlson stops it inside the cover boundary. But they're comfortably back for 2, and the applause for Lewis Rees's 50. It's taken 118 balls, and there have been 5 boundaries in the process. So well batted Lewis Rees, his 4th half century in his 8th match of the season.
It's been patient, but some nice boundaries in there as well, 5 of them. Glorious extra cover drive, the pick of the lot.
Al Hassan into Rees, who almost plays on here. An inside edge down to fine leg. He wants a second run as well. He'll have to hurry, as he does hurry. Chris Cook didn't attempt to stop that, as McIlroy nearly hit the stumps directly from fine leg. So an action-packed end to the over. Rees moves on to 52. The total gallops on to 92 without loss, with 2 overs to go until the tea interval.
It's all happening there, wasn't it? Nearly chopped it onto his leg stump. Raced away down towards deep fine leg, and had that been a direct hit when he was coming back for the second, he may well have been a goner. Seen a few potential run-out opportunities so far in this partnership, but they've survived so far. 92 without loss, 429 the deficit. Always feels good when you're faced with a mammoth total in front of you like 521, just to get off to a good opening stand as McIlroy continues, and this one is defended solidly by Kame back down the wicket. It's not been without incident, but the scorecard reads pretty nicely for Derbyshire as well.
Yeah, I mean, the seamers have been all economical and threatening at times. I'm just surprised they haven't bowled Swepson more than a couple of overs this afternoon. Don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, we saw a hint of turn from what little he has bowled as McIlroy floats one outside the off stump. Temps came with a full, almost half volley length delivery, but he leaves well alone.
Yeah, high score this season of 66 not out for Lewis Rees. Harry Kame, although he has a lower average, has a century to his credit.
McIlroy goes a little bit straighter this time, and Kame defends to short mid-wicket for no run. But my sunglasses clipped to my t-shirt, just hanging off, just waiting for that opportunity when they're going to be required, and as the cloud cover thickens overhead, you're going to have to shove them back in their case for the rest of the day, by the looks of it.
Yeah, stick him on the back of your head like the professionals do. There's David Lloyd. It slips, Sonny's on the back of his head.
Nobody pays me to do it. That's the difference. This one is full and flicked away, just wide of that fielder there at short mid-wicket. Should get another couple, and they do. That's the thing, isn't it? Even on the cloudiest, darkest of days, these professionals.
You see a lot of sunglasses on display, but on the other hand, I couldn't, you know, David Lloyd's standing there with Sonny's on the back of his cap. I've no idea what brand it is.
You don't, and I suppose maybe somebody watching on the stream may well be able to get a shot or two. I don't know. McIlroy once more, and this is defended by Kame to short extra cover, no run. It's more so the internationals and the players who play in the franchise leagues, which are all televised. They certainly do it. Day-night matches, they'll always have the sunglasses on. Do you remember those light-enhancing ones? They were pretty good, actually. For weather like this, when it's a little bit cloudy or early season, in April, you're getting towards the end of a day's play. They used to do the job, but they've gone out of fashion somewhat. So McIlroy goes a little bit shorter onto the hip this time. It's tucked around the corner by Kame for another single to finish off the over. 95 without loss now. Derbyshire with Kame on to 37 from 117. Rees at the other end on 52.
Which will be McIlroy's last bowling engagement of the session, because there is only 1 over remaining. John C. Hughes, aka Lord Tenby on Twitter, tweets, after all the helter-skelter stuff in the current Ashes series, it's been good to watch a more sedate afternoon of cricket. I nodded off for 20 minutes, during which time Derbyshire only scored 3 runs. Proper cricket. Ul Hassan starts a new over outside off stump and acrobatically claimed by Chris Cook, diving in front of David Lloyd to save his skipper's knees. John Hughes' dog has also been tweeting, saying his favourite cricketer is the former Derbyshire and Glamorgan all-rounder Graham Wagg. Ah, yes, Wagg's still in national counties action, I believe. And that is driven by Kame up to mid-on. I played against his young son in a friendly last season. It was somewhat unnerving to see Wagg on the back of a shirt, but promising though his son no doubt is, it wasn't quite as ferocious as Mr. Wagg himself.
Graham Wagg used to be useful on International Cricket Captain, the game we used to have on the PC.
In comes Ul Hassan, bowls, defended by Kame. He was always a good interviewee at the end of the most disappointing and desperate day's play from the side's point of view. He'd tell you that his team could win the game no matter how unlikely it appeared from any given situation.
Every team needs a cricketer like that, just to lift the spirits.
Ul Hassan to Kame. No shot played through outside off stump. Kame with half a mind on the, well, probably protein bars and isotonic drinks in the tea interval for the players. No chance of tea and scones, I would imagine.
That is where cricket is a little bit different, though. Even with the professionals, you see some of the menus.
As Ul Hassan bowls, Kame defends. Yeah, Lords, I think, is particularly tempting for some.
Lords, certainly, and you just often see international players at matches on television as well, where they're on the balcony and it might be a one-day international T20, and the player's had his bat, knows he's not going to have to field for another few overs, and they're wafting down some pasta or whatever it is, lasagna, bit of cake.
Marnus Labuschagne was told off, wasn't he, by Australia coach for having a cheese toastie in his pocket while he was warming up.
Yes.
Ul Hassan bowls and Kame plays it back to him. Ul Hassan misses it, but there is no attempt to take a single, and by mutual consent, that is the end of the session, during which Derbyshire have progressed. And there are a few other words than sedately, from 16 for naught to 95 for naught, so 79 runs scored in the session. Lewis Rees has 52. Harry Kame has 35.
Been a good, solid effort from Derbyshire. Slow progress, run rate of 2.38 per over, but they needed to put on a big partnership here to open things up. Glamorgan making 521 for 8 before declaring. And despite living a little bit dangerously, a few run-out opportunities, a few big appeals for LBWs and catches behind from Glamorgan, they've survived, and they go into tea in a decent position in terms of their own innings, but still trailing by a mammoth 426 runs. So Glamorgan shouldn't lose any hope here. They're still very much in the driving seat of this match, and as we were talking about earlier, Derbyshire certainly got a collapse in them at some stage. So the old adage of one brings two and so on may well prove to be true if Glamorgan can get the breakthrough. So 32 overs left in the day's play, and Derbyshire going to tea on 95 without loss. We'll take a short break here, and we'll be back with you for the final session.
Go in and balls to Reed. 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 Go 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 in and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed.